businesses, and people realize the scope of change that is necessary in finding a green growth pathway. And that's already bringing unprecedented pressures on global labor markets. And we've heard that from government leaders all over the world. And so I speak very honestly when I praise the work and growing presence of the ILO in this space. And I know that many of you in the audience are also very relevant to that work. 17.2 trillion US dollars. That's how much we've seen in announced COVID-19 fiscal support around the world in the last 2 years. And as Aurelio mentioned, that is the single greatest fiscal expenditure or package of fiscal expenditures that we have ever seen, bar from World War II. And it comes at a time of economic pain, health pain, pains that stretch social bounds too. But at this time, apologies, at this time of economic downturn and where we're thinking about a massive fiscal spending package, it's at this time that the role of government is most important. You know, if we subscribe to a Keynesian, or let's call it a Keynesian adjacent perspective of economic recovery, the goal or one of the core functions of governments in reinvigorating the economy is to spend. But under that model, there's near full discretion in how to spend. Yes, you know, we want to boost economic product and we want to find high fiscal multipliers, but there are many ways to do that. And so I think what I want to say is that more than anything, when our economies are in their most dire position, there's an imperative for us and for our policymakers to rethink our economic foundations. There's no other time really over the course of the economic cycle where governments are able to so drastically influence economic product and therefore the future the future composition of our economies. And so, again, there's an opportunity here for us to reflect on what has worked in the past, and perhaps what has worked, but has a small or subdued role into the future. And so here we're talking about a strategic shift in support of those industries that I suppose will drive future growth, and away from those that might have served us very well in the past, but for every forecaster out there has a smaller and smaller role in the future. And so this big $17.2 trillion figure, that represents probably the single greatest opportunity we've ever had to use fiscal firepower to shift the conversation. And is probably the greatest opportunity we will have within any relevant 1.5 degree time period to do the same. And that's why we've seen such strong voices from many in the climate community calling on governments to use this fiscal investment as an opportunity to reorient for the future rather than continue an unsustainable status quo. I think it's also important to note one additional pressure here as we talk about, perhaps the biggest opportunity, and that is, unfortunately, our perspective is that following from COVID, government purse strings are going to tighten quite sharply. National debts have already ballooned, and in many contexts, our prediction and what we're seeing in some countries already is that there'll be little political space to spend more, at least not on the scale that we're seeing right now or that is commensurate with the crisis. So today I will try to cover two main questions, and that is where we are so far in the global recovery and why that matters, and then what priorities for future employment policy research might look like. And of course, I hope that that is relevant to those in the audience today. And I'd be very happy to take any questions on this at the end. So first, let's dive into the global recovery stock take and ask, firstly, is green stimulus stimulatory? Is a green investment, does a green investment have similar or indeed enhanced economic characteristics compared to neutral or dirty investments? There have been several studies done on this to date, nowhere near as much as we need, and nowhere near enough to provide a complete and firmed evidence base for the full range of policy making. But there have been some pieces, and one of those pieces came from myself in collaboration with Cameron Hepburn here at Oxford, and then also Joseph Stiglitz, the Nobel Prize laureate at Columbia, Nick Stern at Cambridge, and Dimitri Zengeles at LSE. We asked, and this is at the very beginning of this crisis, back in May, the very beginning of May 2020, we asked, how could COVID-19 fiscal recovery packages accelerate progress on climate change? And to do that, we took a tripartite approach, first reviewing policies and their outcomes from the 2009 global financial crisis, because there were a few ex-post studies that were done of that work. A second, with a major global survey of leading economists. I'm talking about the central bankers, finance ministers of the world. And third, with a broader analysis of past green policy studies. And the first, the middle piece here, the survey, is probably what gained us the greatest global attention. What we did was presented a series of policy archetypes in the bottom here. And these were the policies that seemed at the top of government radars at the beginning of COVID-19. And we asked each of those 230 different leading experts to provide ratings in relation to long-run fiscal multiplier and environmental impact of each of those policies. And so that the results of that survey is summarized on the screen. And this is really the money figure of our paper. It was reprinted kind of everywhere. We even had Prince Charles conscious of the work. So what it's showing in short is that there's a set of recovery type policies that governments might use to simultaneously, on the y-axis, boost positive climate impact, and on the x-axis have a long-run multiplier. You know, the key ones that emerged were policy T, clean infrastructure investment like solar, but also transmission infrastructure and utility scale batteries. Also policy Y, which is clean research and development spending. Policy S, connectivity infrastructure like public transport and broadband initiatives. But this was just, you know, one arrow in the quiver of academic evidence. There have been several studies conducted in the past year, but also in the preceding decade following green responses to the global financial crisis. We don't have time, unfortunately, for me to step into each of these pieces in detail, but I thought I would put it here just in case there are those in the audience who are interested to explore deeper. And as you can see, these are hyperlinked and you should be able to click through in the version that is shared. Let me just say a couple of brief thoughts in summary. Part one, not enough work has been done here by any stretch. Particularly not enough work has been done in some of the emerging green industries. You know, and by that I mean there's been a lot higher of a focus in, say, clean energy compared to sustainable transport. And so there's a lot that remains to be done. Second, let me say that on the multipliers side, we have a couple of issues in terms of data availability. But for those who are interested, there's been two new papers published this year that really try to push forward beyond some of those limitations, from Nicoletta Battini at the IMF, and then also from a young researcher at Cambridge. And the final point is, we see that green job multipliers are high, but it is based on a poor understanding of induced job impacts beyond the direct and indirect impacts. We've run a series of case studies for mostly emerging market countries and some developing countries as well, in which we, like the diagram here, we ask in each particular sector, what is the job returns of a green investment versus a dirty investment? You can't see the details of that here necessarily, but they are available through the Smith School website for a series of case study countries if you're interested. And you can see, so each of these pairings of bars, the green and the gray, are for one sector. And you can see that, I think this was for South Africa. In each of those sectors, a green fiscal investment outperformed a neutral or a dirty one. So that all brings forward three rather simple key tenets, but I think it is helpful to just put them out there before we get into the assessment, okay, of progress so far. The first tenet is that we need to maximize spending on green specific initiatives. And by that, I mean green energy, sustainable transport, green R&D, efficient buildings, natural capital, etc. By green, in our context, we're mostly talking about net impact on greenhouse gas emissions, but we've also done work to understand natural capital impacts, air pollution impacts, and adaptation and resilience impacts. And again, all of this is available through our website. There's what we call our methodology document. It's about 100 pages long and includes a lot of that analysis. Second key tenet, and this is so important, we need to eliminate all dirty spending. And this is not the spending that continues the status quo, right? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about the spending that makes it worse. And we have, unfortunately, seen examples of governments doing exactly that. Hopefully, in the post-COP context, we can move beyond, with the call to phase out fossil fuel subsidies and coal, we can move beyond that. And finally, and this is a theme that I think is lacking across the world, the third tenet here, we need to have a greater focus on bringing green incentives into what we traditionally think of as neutral spending. So, for example, green procurement requirements in any new public infrastructure, or putting solar panels on a new school, or any type of supply chain efficiency within a new hospital, for example. We need to be doing all of these things both at home, but also abroad. And we'll get to the abroad perspective in a second. Okay, so those are the foundations of why and how. Now, how much? Have we actually been making progress to date? In that $17.2 trillion figure that I provided, there are two important components. A, rescue spending, B, recovery spending. Rescue spending is that which is designed to keep businesses and people alive. Talking about furlough schemes, talking about investment in a vaccine, etc. Governments haven't had discretion in that. What has been spent there has been needed, and we're not talking about that parcel when we say that it should be green. The other portion, and this is the portion that is growing the quickest, is in recovery spending. That is designed to reinvigorate an economy. It's much more long-term oriented. And here, to date, we've seen between 21 and 25% green. And there's a bit of a range there because the US infrastructure bill was only signed into law 2 nights ago, and our team is frantically analyzing each of the sub-policies there. It's a 2,000-page document. Now, this number right here, 21 to 25%, 700 billion, it is significant. It is large. But in the context of other fiscal spending, we really need to bring a little bit closer analysis. So here I've tried to put it in context of fossil fuel subsidies, annual fossil fuel subsidies. If we look at what spending now has gone to green energy versus what goes to fossil fuel subsidies every single year, COVID-19 green energy spending has been lower than global financial crisis spending when you adjust for inflation. It's been 1/5 of annual support for explicit fossil fuel subsidies. And if you use the IMF's new implicit definition, you're talking about a 2% figure where you spent 2% of our annual implicit subsidies. I have some comments here on the right as well about the size of those subsidies, but also the implication then that many of the Build Back Better pledges that we've seen from governments around the world have been rather questionable. They've been mostly rhetoric rather than action. This figure is from the Emissions Gap Report, which has a lead author this year, in which we go a little bit deeper into some of the sectoral differences in spending. The two big implications are that, firstly, in the green energy category or the low carbon category up here, Europe has dominated spending with, interestingly, quite a bit coming from Asia as well. And that has been, because these are absolute numbers, as you can see here, a lot of the Asia spending is from China, who has a very large economy, and so any of their spending seems very big in absolute terms. Unfortunately, and these are here termed high carbon. In some ways, though, they're kind of sustainable. The status quo, continued investment in some of the traditional transport systems that we have, and that's not a good sign. But on the other hand, we have seen strong examples from literally every single region in literally every single green industry for governments that are using fiscal spending to boost green growth. And there's just a few examples on the screen here. We host the Global Recovery Observatory, we being Oxford in collaboration with the UNEP, the UNDP, and the Green Fiscal Policy Network, which includes the IMF and GIZ. That is, again, available freely on our website, Global Recovery Observatory. And in there, we have over 7,500 different policies, of which 568 are green. And so for a policymaker, there are pieces for us to learn from, examples of where others have done it successfully. And that's what we spend a lot of our time advising on. This is with only 2020 data, but the theme continues today. We're just, again, highlighting that point that these green opportunities are everywhere. In advanced economies, you can see there's been a big spread in our green spending across sectors. That's different from the global financial crisis, where we had a huge skew to green energy. Governments are more and more recognizing that there are opportunities for industrial competitive advantage by investing in some of these other industries. In emerging markets and developing economies, I would say that the perspective we have here is quite similar to that which we saw from advanced economies during the global financial crisis. Big skew towards green energy and towards some national infrastructure investments, which in this case are mostly taken up by a couple of kind of unclear policies in China. So who are the leaders and laggards? This is the graph that we've been updating over the course of the last year. As Aurelia said, we are tracking quite a few countries. It's up to 89 now. And you can see some of them represented here on with the y-axis representing the green percentage of spending and the x-axis representing the amount of total recovery spending. And as we're on the slide, I might just tease out two of the broad learnings that we've come to in interacting with many of these countries, both those who are in the first is that the countries that have been able to move into the top quartile here started planning early. And that's important because policy design takes time. The impact of investment depends on the archetype of investment. So what sector you're investing in, but then also the financing, the delivery mechanism, the target beneficiaries are all up for debate. And so those who want to get it right need to be investing time early in their policy design. And I think this is a big learning for us as we think to future crises and our response. A second just big important point to keep in mind for where we are in the crisis right now is that we find policymakers often perceive a lack of sufficient evidence for making their decisions on green investment. And in many ways, they're kind of justified in that. There isn't a huge wealth of academic evidence out there by which to make decisions. And so as you have 700 billion in green spending, for goodness sake, can our policymakers please engage with researchers like yourselves to invest in policy impact assessment, right? 700 billion in green spending is a big opportunity for hundreds of impact assessment papers to be completed so that the next time we come into a crisis, and even for our peacetime spending, there's a bigger evidence base. Now, one of the themes of this crisis has unfortunately been expanding inequality. Prior to the crisis, inequality was already significant. The crisis itself and the different responses of poor nations who have been just surviving in terms of covering existing liabilities, never mind, meeting the new health burdens, that inequality, it's widened. And now, based on what you're going to see on the screen here, that inequality is set to widen even further, which has massive implications for global peace and prosperity and how we move forward as a global economy. So what you see here is total rescue and recovery spending in your Annex 2 countries, the developed countries under the UNFCCC framework, and your non-Annex 1 countries, or your least developed countries. 16,000 per person compared to 64 per person. We as developed nations really need to be thinking about our prior commitments in development, yes, but also in climate aid, and changing what this picture looks like, because it is not right. We have brought the climate crisis on least developed countries. We, in many ways, the failure of our early actions in restricting the spread of COVID have also significantly impacted the least developed countries. And so we have a big responsibility to change this picture. Now, there are many ways that we can do that. And again, here, for those who are interested, I would suggest having a close look at our emissions gap report chapter from this year. We go into detail on how governments might respond with increased aid to the least developed countries and the broader developing countries group. The biggest opportunity is probably in the direct grant space, but that's also the most politically difficult. Debt forgiveness, also politically difficult in many countries. There are big opportunities to guarantee future debt, issue more concessional finance. But of course, governments need to be, if they are to do that, need to be partnering with these countries for the long term. It's not a sudden 1 or 2 year program of support. It's a long-term program of recovery support in helping these nations to develop and develop in a way that is sustainable. There's a lot more that we could speak of, but unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will move on here. Again, I recommend that you look to the emissions gap report for further information. Okay, as we finish in the last few minutes, I thought it might be helpful to speak to priorities for future employment policy research in the context of this green recovery work in particular. And I would say that there are still big opportunities for many of us as researchers and many of us as advocates and advisors to influence recovery investments. Again, this is the biggest opportunity we have had on the fiscal side, at least, and there's still an opportunity to influence it. So we can influence announced recovery spending because the far majority of it has not been dispersed yet, and significant portions won't be dispersed for many years. Some of these are big infrastructure investments, and some of the later investments aren't really recovery. They just come in the recovery package. And so there's a big scope to influence the nature and characteristics of those investments. For those of us who are concerned with employment outcomes, both net outcomes and the distributional characteristics of those outcomes, now is the time to speak up and to have your voices heard. What governments are looking for are arguments for kind of the mechanisms for spending, and in some cases the subcategories or sub-policy categories of that spending. So for example, in the US, this big new infrastructure bill, I think it's about 38 billion perhaps to new clean energy spending. There are some guidelines for what that looks like, but really policymakers in the next few months are going to be deciding what that 38 billion goes to, the sub-policies and the mechanisms for implementation. And again, as we all know, there are very big impacts that are caused by different decisions in those mechanisms. Second, there's still an opportunity to influence future recovery spending, and that opportunity is particularly large in many developing contexts. We want to ensure that the highest portion of these investments can be green. And for developing countries, there is also a very strong impetus to do so, with positive outcomes from these investments outstripping neutral and dirty investments. And finally, I don't think there's been enough conversation about what happens post-COVID recovery. And we talked about rescue and then recovery in the COVID response phase. From our perspective, there's a third one, and that's reinforcement. We want to be reinforcing the new economic trajectory that some countries have moved onto or are beginning to move onto. And those are, those countries in the leaders box, but also some of the developing countries for whom very small investments have a very big impact. So there'll be a role for us to play in that phase as well. And this is the last real slide here. And I think it's important to note in the context of those of us who do research in the labor space, and that is this just transition conversation. It's not enough for the world to take environmental issues seriously, because taking those issues seriously can mean differential social impacts, particularly on the most vulnerable in our communities. And so it's important for us to consider a just transition and how, in making these big pivots, we can also support vulnerable communities and those communities who are most impacted by the changes. There are several, different frameworks out there. This is kind of the one that we've been working by, in which we note the different policy types that are important in the just transition itself, ranging from the skills programs needed to shift people from current work into future work and future employment opportunities, the job creation programs themselves, job finding services, a lot of the social support programs. Importantly, the second last one here is support for businesses to create their own just transition plans, particularly in those sectors where we already know what the future holds, in coal and in gas and in oil. It is not good enough for companies to rely on the government to clean up their mess. They need to have their own just transition plans and to take the burden. And then finally, community engagement through the whole process. There are fantastic researchers looking into some of these categories in detail, but nowhere near enough. When people come to me and ask me for advice on a particular topic in this space, I honestly struggle to find the right researchers to meet them, because A, I don't know enough of those researchers. I love to meet some of you, but B, there's just such a lack of academic support in this space. That's it from me. We'll move to questions in just a second. If you would like to screenshot this page, recovery.smithschool.ox.ac.uk is where you can find the observatory, and many of the research pieces I spoke to and my contact details are there. But I believe I'll pass it back over to Aurelio now for management of the questions and answers.
Thank you, Brian, for bringing a lot of facts, good evidence, but also for giving some concrete suggestions on how to move ahead. I think from your talk, I think it is a mixed picture. So clearly there's disappointment for a lot of rhetorics, but I think there's also encouragement from quite a number of initiatives from governments and some good example. I think it's interesting what you say is that countries we talked yesterday of a new industrial policy. Perhaps this is one element of the new industrial policy where you see the transition to sustainability as a potential source of competitive advantage. So it's a positive competition. I think I also appreciate your emphasis on the nitty-gritty of policy design and the importance, having analytical framework, space for doing impact assessment. And this is actually one of the topics of the next session that we're going to have in the rest of this symposium. So thank you very much. I see there are some questions. Perhaps the panelists in the floor, if they want to address your question directly to Brian, share. I think you had a question on.
Yeah, thanks, Aurelio. And thank you, Brian, for an excellent presentation. I just had a question about the figure on recovery spending versus the percentage of green recovery spending. So just on the threshold, so how do you determine the threshold at 30%? Because obviously you have some countries in that missing opportunities category who have a lower share of green recovery spending, but nonetheless have large recovery spending. In absolute terms, of course, green recovery would still be quite significant. So it's just the interpretation and maybe the reasoning behind those thresholds at 30% in particular. Thanks.
Gotcha. Thank you for that question.
You also have a question if you want to ask.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's very, very helpful. I just have one quick question about this, the empirical evidence about the job creation impact of the green investment. Of course, we really want to believe there is a strong evidence for great actually job creation impact of the green investment. But what is your sense of the evidence compared to the other types of investment? This green investment really leads to the more or sufficiently large actually number of job creation. Thank you.
Brian?
Well, thank you for both of those questions. I might jump to the first one now and then come to the second one. So the question was in reference to this figure, and it was a good question. It was asking, why do you have this line at 30% to indicate a difference between someone who is a leader and someone who's missing opportunities? I think before we get to that, we need to ask the question of why are you using a percentage measure at all rather than an absolute measure? And I mean, that is first and foremostly to account for the different size in national economies and to give credit to the small players like the Dominican Republic, who are spending a very small amount overall, but a large amount as a percentage of total recovery spending. As a percentage of total recovery spending, and the percent GDP accounts for the different size. The 30% number, honestly, you could argue for another figure very easily. And there has been, we are not aware of work that has determined what the optimal investment percentage is here. And I think just to take a guess, that optimal percentage is actually going to vary significantly by economy. So, for example, the UK, for the UK, it doesn't make that much sense to invest in some of the green energy opportunities because many of those sectors are already well advanced in private capital markets, right? And so there's less of an impetus for it to spend there. The impetus is more on the regulatory side. And there are, I'm sure, similar conversations to be had across sectors. So the short of it is, you could have a different 30%, a different horizontal here. The reason we had 30% was based on some of the early EU conversations about governments allocating, and originally it was 30% of their spending to green initiatives. I believe that subsequently went up a little bit, but that was after our conversations and after some of our work had been released. So that's the reason we would be very happy to hear hear arguments for why it should move overall. Now, the second question was in relation to the empirical evidence, and it's another good question. I posed the opening statement or opening question: is green stimulatory? And that has been a question that we've looked to in detail, and we actually have a paper that we've submitted but hasn't been published yet that is asking that exact question and reviewing the evidence to date. What we find is, again, there is not enough. There have not been enough studies done here. And so understanding the difference in impact between, say, I don't know, public transport investment versus electric vehicles investment, there isn't sufficient evidence to make a statement on that. But we do find sufficient evidence to make an overall statement on the job and multiplier, physical multiplier impacts of green versus neutral or dirty. And I say that mostly because while there are a few studies compared to other spaces, on the multipliers topic you're talking about, only 5 or so that are really high quality. And on the job side, there are more, but still we're talking about, 25 maybe. Across all of those studies, there are very few, and none in the fiscal space, that counter the trend of green outperforming neutral and dirty. And so there needs to be further work done, but the early evidence that we have all points in the right direction. And importantly as well, I should say, it has been getting better and better, as in the results of studies from now over COVID-19 versus the global financial crisis have green investments outperforming dirty and neutral investments by a larger amount. And I'm not quite sure why that isn't. We haven't done an empirical study of that, but my guess is because some of these technologies have become cheaper and our learning rates have progressed our ability to implement them. But if there are further questions on that, please do shoot me a line over email and I'd be very happy to engage.
Thank you, Brian. We have just a couple of minutes, so if someone wants to raise their hand. I have some questions myself. One of the issues that came out when we had the discussion about the green transition yesterday is, of course, it's quite obvious the unfairness of the trajectory. You talk about that, and this was very clear in the COP26 outcomes. So you mentioned some of the policy that could help alleviate the burden of the poorest countries, mainly in terms of financial assistance, grants, guarantees, etc. But you also touched upon the question of green aid, and you mentioned something like the long-term cooperation. So I was wondering, from your experience of working with donors and developing countries, how could we best equip ourselves, to make green aid as large and efficient as possible? So what would be some of the entry points, some of the conditions? What would be your suggestion? What would be more helpful to do?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we will broadly support increased development aid, never mind green specifically. We do see particular opportunities for green aid, however, based on the fact that you are killing multiple birds with the one stone, right? For many developing countries, a green investment is not just one that supports environmental outcomes, it also can be one that supports developmental outcomes. And a very easy example of that is in renewable energy, where you're increasing overall electrification and bringing more power to more homes. So that's the starting point there. In terms of getting more funding to the space, you're right. There are political hurdles that have become more and more prominent here. And that is in part because the public has, sees a domestic crisis and thinks, why on earth are we supporting other countries while we ourselves are in crisis? But because of those sort of combined climate and development impacts of the spending, governments, particularly in countries where there is a big domestic impetus for climate action, can sell their development aid as progress on climate, right? And I'm thinking in particular to some of the large European nations that have a big demand from their public to act on climate. And so framing some of these investments as climate action and protecting our world can perhaps, and we have already seen it actually, deliver in a helpful way. Otherwise, I mentioned that we can, while grants are by far the most helpful for a country, we can also consider some of the other financial mechanisms available. For example, sovereign guarantees. We don't have sovereign guarantees except from the US with Israel. We do it sovereign corporate, we don't do it sovereign. Why not? That would be a fairly big opportunity as well. You don't need to provide any capital upfront as a developed country. And so it's difficult for political opposition to, say that we're directing funds to another country, because we're not. So that's where our conversation has got to in that space. Again, I'd recommend that participants look to the emissions gap report for some of the nuance to the conversation.
Thank you, Brian. I'm sorry, there was a question in the box, and I didn't see it. If we could spend some time on that. Is a question from South Africa, Brian, and it asks, there's one point about the unfair worldwide distribution. I think you addressed that, but there's a question that asks, how can government implement laws or policies that focus on the effective distribution of employee benefits? Because South Africa has a lot of legislation to focus on developing employees, but that is sufficient. The problem is because South Africa is a developing country. So, if you can give just a little bit of your views on that. We're going to discuss those issues in the next sessions in particular, but perhaps just, want to pass on the question to you if you can get our feedback on that.
Yeah, it's a good and unfortunately very difficult question. South Africa has been one of the leading voices in this space, and a recent global partnership has led to a in theory at least, a just transition facility for coal. The opportunities available to governments here, I think, first point to the need to intervene in the first place, right? Because without government support, intervention, or other type of mandate on private companies, these industries are going to go bankrupt, and the companies are not going to be able to support the labor that they displace or that they negatively impact. So that's the starting point. We need governments to have a plan. If you just let nature take its course, there are going to be a lot of very hurt people. In terms of putting together that plan, you have, this is a space where I think we need to do a lot more work, first of all. But there are opportunities to link ongoing investment support to those types of transitions. So, for example, I've seen instances where government green spending has conditionalities on it around the type of workers that are employed in, in those new investments or in spending those new disbursements. And for a country like South Africa that already has relatively strict labor controls on the percentage of different demographics that are represented in workplaces, that might be another option. No one really likes quotas or the like, but softer mechanisms that flow from that I have seen being considered. Otherwise, I would direct your attention back to the final slide of mine where I had that little just transition box, and it had a series on the horizontals, the rows, a series of different policy areas where we've been seeing interest, but not enough research. So I'm sorry to not give a definitive answer to the question. It's a space that desperately needs further work. And I wish the participant, the panelists, best of luck in addressing it.
Well, thank you, Brian. That was very interesting, and I think a big virtual applause for your talk. And I'm sorry we have been stealing 5 minutes from the next session, but I can only say that we already started moving the discussion into the topic of the next session, exactly how we need to use a number of labor market policies and other policy to help and assist workers in this transition to a new, more sustainable economy. And with that, I leave the floor to Chair Verick, who's going to chair the next discussion on transition policies. Thank you very much again, Brian, and thanks to our participants for the question. Bye.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Aurelio. And indeed, I think there is a nice transition from the opening keynote address to this session 3 on transition for workers. And indeed, yesterday, and of course this morning, we have been discussing the impact of COVID-19 and really the priorities at the center of the recovery strategies, and as we've just heard, in terms of a just transition. And I would just stress at the outset, at the heart of understanding these issues is the analysis of transitions. Where have workers gone during the crisis? Are they still in the labor force, or have they exited, which is in fact one of the key features of the COVID-19 crisis? What has happened to informal economy? And indeed, the impact and the role of policies in promoting transitions. But I would also stress that transitions are at the heart of structural transformation. And of course, yesterday we heard a lot about sectoral strategies and the importance of investing in certain sectors, because of course, structural transformation, as it has been seen classically, has involved workers exiting from agriculture into manufacturing. Of course, these days we see it in a much more nuanced way, but really the transition process has been at the heart of that as well. I would also add that, and this was very much a topic of conversation before COVID-19, and it has become also very relevant in some aspects, is how transitions have been impacted by the future of work drivers, right? Of course, before COVID-19 and continues, of course, is that there's been a lot of focus and discussion on the impact of digitalization and on transitions of workers. And often there has been a view that transitions have become more regular, more frequent, etc. Though, as we will hear, this is not the full story. And indeed, despite the centrality of transitions of workers in all these issues, we often don't have the data, or we don't consider them directly in our analysis. And given what I've just covered, I think you would all agree with me, understanding these processes, who makes a transition, what drives those transitions, and then ultimately, of course, what are the right policy responses is absolutely critical in terms of responding to the COVID-19 crisis and with a view to the recovery strategies, but also, of course, over the longer term. So to help us go through these issues today, I've been joined by 4 ILO colleagues who will tackle different aspects. So firstly, we'll hear from Guillaume Delotre, who's a technical specialist in the Employment Policy Department. And he will give us a view of some of these data and methodology and analysis issues. Followed by that, we'll hear from another colleague, Neil O'Higgins, who is a senior employment research specialist in the Employment Policy Department. And he will focus in particular on youth transitions and how COVID-19 has impacted, along with some insights on policy responses. Thirdly, another critical aspect of this crisis has been informality, and we'll hear from another colleague, Vicky Lung, who's a technical officer in the Employment Policy Department looking at this area, and she will focus on the transition to formality, a critical transition we want to see happening for workers around the world. And finally, we'll hear from another colleague in our Bangkok office, Akiko Sakamoto, who's a skills specialist there in the regional office for Asia and the Pacific, and she will focus then on the role of skills development in supporting transition. So we go from the data and analysis, we look at youth, informality, and also the role of skills policies in promoting that. So Without further ado, I'm going to hand it now to Guillaume for his presentation. You have 10 minutes, and I'll intervene 1 minute before that to remind you of that. Thank you. Over to you, Guillaume.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen. I think it's on everybody's screen now. So good morning. So what I'm going to talk about this morning comes from the EU project that we are running at the moment called the Building Partnerships on the Future of Work. And it's it's a EU-funded project that has a very big research component. And one of these research components is about labor market transitions and the necessity to look at this changing labor market transitions pattern. So these are very preliminary thoughts. And the idea is to look at is there any change in labor market transition over the long term and also in the shorter term due to the crisis, and how we can characterize this change. So as you know, as Cher already mentioned, technological changes like automation, digitalization, globalization also, and demographics, and the greening of the economy are impacting the labor market dynamics. It has been recognized in the ILO Declaration on the Future of Work from 2019, where the governments and constituents invited to make a strengthen, to improve the capacities of all people to benefit from the opportunities of a changing world of work, and especially through effective measures to support people through the transition they will face through their working lives. And they iterate that all workers will require strong support through future of work transition so that they could integrate into labor market and become lifelong active members of societies. So it's quite a new way of considering labor market transitions that is emphasized in the ILO declarations from 2019. We are moving a little bit from an event perspective of transition. You are moving from education to work, and then work from retirement, a very life cycle perspective, very simple, to a life course perspective that encompass many different dimensions. You can mention family dimensions, and you have to consider, in this case, social protection, but also transitions. And we were just talking about the greening of the economy and the need for rescaling of people in this transition. So there are many dimensions that we need to take into account if we want to commit with this declaration from 2019. Also now with the COVID-19 crisis, we also seeing that some of the trends that we're seeing in the last decades are also accelerating. So it's very important to look at them in detail. But what I would like to ask is, are we really experiencing more transitions? And do individuals have more complex life courses now than before? And how complex are they? So let me show you some indicators, very simple indicators. The first one is the quarterly mobility of people between labor market status. So people who are moving from one quarter to another, either from employment to unemployment or the other way, or from employment to inactivity, et cetera, And what we can see if we are focusing on few emerging or developing economies that for which we have the data to look at this transition is, well, the level has not really changed in the last decade. So in fact, the issue is saying if we have more transition is very depending on the indicators we look at. If we are looking also at some countries from the developed economies, you see that the level is in general less important. So developing economies are in general more flexible than than developed economies. For example, if you look at, in my graph, at Mexico, you see that around 1/5 of the workforce is moving from one status to another every quarter. So it's quite important. But if you look at a country like Poland, it's only 4%. So there is big difference between countries in this regard. And as I was saying, there is very little change in the indicators over the long term. Even in some countries, the mobility according between status has even decreased. If you look at Denmark, Spain, UK, and the United States. Doesn't want to move. My slide is blocked. Okay, sorry. Another interesting indicator to look at is the job-to-job transition. That's an indicator that is calculated by Eurostat for European countries, so the European Union and a few other countries. It's an experimental indicator. You have to be quite cautious when you look at it. When you're taking the full population, what you see is first it's quite low in level. At maximum, a country like Sweden, you see that 5% of the people in job are moving from one job to another every quarter, and in a country like Romania, it's even not 1%. But what is interesting is when you look at our population, the youth population, you can see that, well, first, it's much more important. Like in Sweden, you have 1/5 of the total population of youth that is moving from one job to another every quarter. So it's quite important. And also that if you look in evolution, you can see that it's going up quite significantly in a majority of European countries in the last decade. If you compare the beginning of the decade with the second mid of the decade. So there is a very important demographic effect when you're looking at these indicators. And you have to be very careful of that. Because of course, in Europe, the population is aging. So it tends to hide a little bit this kind of transformation. So when you are looking at the change in terms of volume, of course, it's hiding very important change in the probabilities of moving from one status to another. And here in this slide, I'm showing the change in transition rates from any kind of labor market status to employment. And I'm comparing the second half of the decade, the last decade, with the beginning of the last decade. And what you can see if you're looking at a bunch of developing economies is that the transitions, the probability of transition from unemployment to employment decreased quite significantly in several countries, especially in Brazil, Costa Rica, and Turkey. While when you're looking at developed countries, European ones, and the US, you have a very different picture. In this case, the probability of transitions from unemployment to employment has raised in a very important way, especially in Czech Republic, Poland, Spain, and the US. So these very different patterns of transition, they have different kind of, you have different kind of factors that can explain them. Of course, you have the future of work drivers that we were mentioning before, like technology and globalization and climate change. But of course, when you're taking just the example here of Brazil and Turkey, you know also that the economic cycle was quite low in the second half of the of the last decade. So it explains quite significantly, I think, the difference between developing economies and developed economies. The last indicator I wanted to show you is the job tenure. It's an indicator that comes from the OECD employment outlook. Here also you can see the very important demographic effect that you must take into account when you're looking at these indicators. If you're looking at the blue bars, it's the row indicator, and you can see that the job tenure has increased in a majority of countries, which goes against the hypothesis we had before. But when you take into account the socioeconomic characteristic of the population and you control, especially by the age, you can see that the job tenure decreased in a majority of countries. So labor markets are becoming more flexible and people are transiting more from one job to another. So here what we should mention is that there is two different ways of looking at transition. There is one way is the event analysis, and what I showed before was majority what we had as event analysis. You are looking at growth flows between labor market status, and this is a representation of labor market transition that is very economic. It is interesting to analyze microeconomic cycle and shocks, but it's very limited when you are looking at very complex kind of transitions, such as youth transitions or transitions from working life to retirement. We know that this kind of transition takes a lot of time in general, and you have to take another approach when you look at this type of transition. And that's the reason why we should look at life course analysis. This is a more sociological way of looking at transitions. In this case, you are looking at life course as a unit of analysis. You can analyze transition as sequence of or stages of transitions, going from education to employment to permanent employment is a longer process in this kind of analysis. We can go through temporary job, you can go through apprenticeship, and it takes maybe you have to return to education, etc. So you are able to take a longer perspective. And the problem with this second type of analysis is it necessitates very complex data, very long panel data and very detailed data that in many developing economies are not available. So in this last slide, just to show you what kind of analysis and what kind of result can be obtained through this kind of analysis, and this is mainly taken from developed economies. You can see, for example, that there's some convergence in the life course of men and women, but that depends a lot on the country and the social class. It's not the case for all social classes. And if you look at the different ages, you can see that the transition in adulthood and entry in labor markets are becoming more diverse and unstable. It's especially true for vulnerable youth, those who are less educated. For example, if you're looking at old age worker, you are seeing an increasing complexity of old age transitions. You are seeing gradual and phased retirement. So people are not moving from job to retirement in one shot. They are having different stage. You have bridge employment, re-entry, etc., etc. Also, the baby boomers, the last moving, I'm finishing now. The baby boomers are tending to transition later from their career employment. And what we can see in different type of analysis is that factors such as health, gender, social class, work experience, and the type of pension systems you have is very important in the quality of the transition from work to retirement. So if you are interested to know more about this concept of transition, I encourage you to look at this publication we made just a few months ago with Cher and Drew Gardiner, and to look at the project with the address below. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Guillaume. And for me, there are two key messages there. One is that we need to look at transition patterns carefully. We need to disaggregate them. Obviously, there are significant differences across developing and advanced economies, and there are a range of factors that drive this, and that requires also a specific analysis. And secondly, of course, he highlighted the need to look at a more comprehensive way in terms of capturing transitions over the life course, but that also poses certain challenges. So thanks, Guillaume, for that. I think that sets the scene well. We will now move to Neil O'Higgins, who's joining us virtually to give his presentation on focusing on youth transitions. Over to you, Neil. You've got 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thanks, Cher. Yeah, my name's Neil O'Higgins. I work in the Employment Analysis Unit of the Employment Policy Department here at the ILO in Geneva. And yeah, I'm going to offer some reflections on youth transitions, particularly in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic. So specifically, I'll talk a little bit about the school to work transition in general and how our view of that's changing. Then I'll talk about COVID-19 and its impact on youth labour market transitions, and then offer some words on the policy response, but also in terms of where we should be looking at what works and what the specifics of what we should be looking at in terms of policy research. So a few words on the school to work transition. The traditional view of the school to work transition is a kind of linear process, starting out with education and training. So young people spend some time in school, maybe some training. They pass through a transition period, which I've called NEET here because I'll come back to that later, and ending up in employment. Some young people manage to jump over the let's say transition phase and go straight from education and training. But basically, the traditional view, our traditional view, which still dominates, is one of a linear process. However, these days we think more in terms of a more fluid transition process with multiple transitions across states. So in particular, this notion of lifelong learning and so on, this idea that once one moves to employment, one can move back to education and training, thereby increasing one's skills and therefore get a better job. One also seeing with increased temporary employment in youth labour markets is there's a greater movement between employment and needs. And point of policy, I suppose, is to how can, or the policy question is, how can we best promote these blue arrows, movements between employment, education and training, the movement from needs to employment, but also the movement from needs to education and training. So the policy arena becomes a little more complex. So transitions are naturally becoming more frequent. Well, we've seen that's not necessarily the case, but certainly amongst young people, there is a tendency for policy transitions to become more frequent and in particular bi-directional. So not this linear passage from education through transition into employment and they're staying there, but, and in some cases, certainly, we want to encourage those transitions, particularly between employment and education and training, as an integral part of the career path. We're also seeing that status boundaries are becoming more blurred. More and more often we see young people in multiple states, education and employment at the same time, also needs and in education, and also the very nature of work. So now we talk about employment as distinct from work, and that's a complication that I won't get into here, but certainly worth bearing in mind. in the transition arena, the big question is the stepping stone question. To what extent is a bad state a stepping stone to a better one? So, or less satisfactory, if we don't want to use too pejorative a language. So to what extent does need lead to decent work, informal jobs to formal jobs, temporary to stable jobs? Well, in general, it depends, but in general, it is clearly the case that it's by no means automatic that these less desirable states lead to a more desirable state. In particular, it's very clear that informality, as I think we'll see later on, informal jobs do not lead to formal work. There is a tendency, in fact, for the phenomenon of duration dependence. That is, in particular, the longer one spends in one situation, the more likely one is to remain there. So it's not just an issue of the number of transitions we see, but actually who transits. And in particular, when we look at, we're interested in particular encouraging the transitions out of NEET. And the issue that arises is that if there was a smooth flow through NEET, or all young NEETs had an equal chance of finding employment, then there wouldn't really be a problem, in the sense that it's just a question of waiting long enough, you get out. But actually, of course, the longer one remains NEET, the less likely one is to leave that state. So the duration dependence, which we see in NEET and we see in the other states too, and particularly in employment, so the longer one remains in a state, the more likely one is to remain even longer in that state. And that's particularly true of inactive NEETs, that is, young NEETs who are not actively looking for work. So, COVID. Well, we've seen that between 2019 and 2020, and this has already been mentioned by other presenters, young people, and especially young women, saw much bigger falls in employment than adults did. This is particularly true, as I say, for young women, and particularly true in lower income countries. Well, here the figure shows in high income versus middle income. We can see that young people on the left-hand side of the figure face much, much bigger falls in employment than did adults, and particularly adult men. But the real concern here is that most of these youth employment losses translated primarily into inactivity rather than increased unemployment. So young people stopped searching for work. This is shown here. I know you can't see in detail the figure from this distance, but essentially this figure decomposes the employment losses into increases in youth unemployment and increases in youth inactivity. The red part is increases in youth inactivity, the grey youth unemployment. One can see, particularly in middle-income countries, almost all the fall in employment was accounted for by increases in inactivity. And these arose from a reduction of the outflows from needs and from education and training to employment, and an increase of the flows from employment into needs. So the COVID pandemic has translated particularly into increased inactive need rates in most countries. We can see across the board that need rates have increased. The corollary to the fact I mentioned before of this is mostly accounted for by inactivity is that really we got a big increase in NEET inactivity due to the exit from employment and the reduction in the exit from NEET into employment. What is of concern here is that NEET, we know that NEET is a highly persistent state. So here we show the relationship between NEET rates amongst young people, 15 to 24-year-olds, and NEET rates 10 years later amongst 25 to 34-year-olds for a range of countries. And one can see, particularly for females, that NEET is a highly persistent state. That is, once you become NEET for any period of time, then you're more and more likely to remain NEET as time goes on. So to summarize what I want to say, transitions in and to and from the labour markets are certainly amongst young people increasing. And the degree to which that is true is an empirical question, but certainly there seems to be, particularly for young people, transitions are becoming more common, and the desire to promote transitions is also increasing. The idea of a positive transition between employment and education, in particular education and training. So this focus on transitions brings with it a focus on the need to promote positive and to reduce negative transitions. So not every transition is a good one. So we can't say that increasing transitions is a good or bad thing. It depends. It depends on what the transitions are, and particularly transitions into and out of need states. We want to reduce the transitions into and increase the transitions out of need status. And in particular, what we saw there just now is the length of time spent in a bad state, in this case need, is of key importance. COVID-19 has meant a major decrease in youth employment, as we saw, much larger than amongst adults, arising from a fall in the transition to and an increase in the transitions out of employment. So reduced youth employment has translated into increased inactivity rather than increased unemployment and increased inactive needs. And this brings with it the immediate danger that this short-term job opportunity loss occasioned by the sharp shock to labour markets can turn into a long-term exclusion of young people from the labour market, particularly because these young people have been transiting into inactive status. So what can be done about it? Well, we need to know a lot more, but it's clear that we need to extend social protection coverage for young people to support their transitions. This became very evident during the crisis where young people fell through the gaps a lot in terms of social protection support. But if we want to promote transitions and positive transitions, we need to support those with social protection measures. And these need to be complementary to active labour market policy. We need to know more about the details here. We need to understand how best to shape what used to be called passive labour market policy and active labour market policy in a complementary manner to foster positive transitions. It's been increasingly recognised that it can be, the two elements can be complementary, but we need to know more about how. COVID-19 pandemic has made it clear and has occasioned the need for substantial investment in demand-side job opportunity creation for young people, particularly in order to avoid long-term permanence in inactive need status. And this is maybe the key point here, to help avoid long-term exclusion and the associated scarring that comes with it. So subsidized employment along with the appropriate education and training policies, but the devil is in the details here. And we do know quite a lot about that, but certainly we can learn more. Youth guarantee type approaches, that is approaches which involve offering young people who become NEET over for an extended period of time some opportunity of return to education or training or employment, have proved successful in EU countries, in particular reducing youth unemployment, less so in reducing inactive needs, although the emphasis in the EU has moved there. But they are very administratively complicated and require the development of effective and active employment services. But on the positive side, this brings with them the development of capacity, which can be of more general use to employment services in the labour market to better promote transitions between states more generally, not just for young people. But the clear need here, and what emerges from the COVID pandemic is one really needs to shift the focus towards outreach beyond the labour market and not just the unemployed. We need to focus on transiting those inactive young people back into the labour market and make sure they don't remain long-term far from it. With that, I'll end. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Neil, for that overview of youth transitions, giving us a good framework to look at the school to work, but also the complexity, the fluidity, and of course the importance of duration dependence. The longer you're in a state, the less likely you are to exit, and this is extremely relevant for youth who are in this NEET category. And also highlighting some of those specific features of the COVID crisis, how it's impacted young women more, their exit into inactivity, and then ultimately looking at the policy response. So now let's move to our third speaker. Vicky Leung, as I said, is a technical officer with the Employment Policy Department. And Vicky's going to give us a look at the transition to formality, another critical overarching transition that we talk a lot about. And of course, the range of issues, and in particular during the COVID crisis, has come to the fore in ways that have been quite unexpected, in the sense that informality has actually been hit harder in many countries because of the nature of the lockdowns. But we'll hear more now from Vicky. Over to you. Thanks. You have 10 minutes.
So thanks, Chair, for the introduction, and also hello to everyone who are online and colleagues in the room. So among different types of transitions that we are discussing in this section, my presentation will be focusing on transitions to formality for workers. So I will try to provide some observations on whether transition to formality has become more difficult for workers in the context of COVID-19, and also what are the dynamics of transitions between formal and informal. And lastly, what kind of policy guidance and innovations exist for reaching out to informal workers and also facilitating their transition to formality in the recovery process. So actually, when we talk about transition to formality, the situation was already very challenging before COVID. So before COVID, the ILO estimated that around 2 billion people, representing more than 60% of the world's employed population, are in informal employment. And also, as we can see in this map, the distribution of informality also concentrates in low and lower middle income countries in certain regions, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa and in South and Southeast Asia. So when the COVID hit the labor market last year, the immediate impact on informal workers was significant. Among the 2 billion informal workers, 1.6 billion of them have reported to have lost their income of 60% during the first month of the crisis. And the expected decline was largest in Africa, Northern America, and in Latin America, up to 80% of income loss. And without social protection measures to compensate the loss of income, the relative poverty rate among them was expected to increase by 34 percentage points. So despite the usual data availability challenge on informality, thanks to the work of our colleague in Latin America, we are still able to have some latest news regarding transition to formality in the region, although those news are not so good. So according to the latest ILO estimate, the loss of income, labor income hasn't recovered yet in Latin America, especially among informal workers. And also about 70% of the jobs generated from mid-2020 to the first quarter of 2021 are in formal employment. Another observation is the dynamics of transitions between formal and informal are not the same in the context of COVID compared to what we have seen in other crises. Because what we have seen in other crises is normally when crisis hit the labor market, formal employment will fall, and then workers will look for survival solutions in the informal economy, leading to the rise of informal employment. But with the data which are available in 7 countries in Latin America, actually they shows the similar patterns. When the crisis hit the labor market last year, formal employment fell, but informal employment fell, which is the blue line, and the informal employment fell more, which is the red line, instead of rising. And also when during the short period of recovery, starting from the second and the third quarter, when economic activities we recover a little bit, informal employment bounce back also quicker than formal employment. So in other words, that means informal employment no longer acts as the coping mechanism in the context of COVID-19. So in terms of policies for facilitating transition to formality, the policy guidance in recommendation 204, which was adopted with tripartite consensus at the ILC in 2015, is still valid. Recommendation 204 indicates 3 main drivers for transition to formality, including generating formal jobs, employment through inclusive structural transformation, and also facilitating the transition to formality of informal enterprises and workers at their current positions, for example, through the extension of social protection, or we can call this in situ formalization. And also thirdly, through preventing the informalization of the formal economy, which is more relevant for developed countries. And in the meantime, the ILO global call to action also calls for developing and implementing comprehensive, innovative, and integrated strategies for accelerating the process of transition to formality. And the UN Secretary General Policy Briefer for the Global Accelerator for Jobs and Social Protections also suggests that e-formalization could be a new and innovative way to include informal workers into the labor market. So how to leverage digital technologies for accelerating transition to formality, or we call this concept e-formalization. So this is e-formalization is still an evolving concept, but at this stage, maybe we can describe it as the digital transformation of policy design and implementation to support transition to formality. And as we can see in this figure, e-formalization represents the overlap between 3 policy spheres related to transition to formality and the use of digital technologies. So one important thing behind this concept is the comprehensive policy approaches are still the backbone to formalization through the main 4 pathways to formality, including through increasing productivity, improving norms or regulations, providing incentives, and improving enforcement systems. Because enterprises and workers will not just make a decision to formalize because governments are using technologies. There must be the real benefits behind. That means enterprise will have access to business services and access to finance, and workers will have access to social protections. So when the real benefits are there, of course, the use of digital technologies can pave the way. And then after that, to implement for policy implementation, to implement the comprehensive policy approaches to formalization, we need an enabling environment. So, so the use of technologies through the e-government strategies to a certain extent can strengthen governance in the sense that the use of digital technologies can increase transparency and reduce corruption, and also enhance government service delivery, operations, administration, and also make citizen participation easier. And regarding digital economy, is about its potential to create formal employment, which has been discussed yesterday in another section. And also those some innovations, for example, those financial technology developed within the digital economy, reduced the cost for informal workers in the financial system and facilitate their financial inclusion. So how, in practice, so how do we implement e-formalization initiatives? So this year we have been trying to look at look into examples in developed countries, for example, in Europe, and also examples in developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia, to see how countries has been implementing e-formalization initiatives, especially in response to COVID. So here are just some examples how in developing countries, digital technologies have been used to reach out to the informal workers. For example, in Thailand, through the digital payment, the government was able to make a timely transfer of social assistance to 26 million informal workers. And also in Nigeria, the government was using GIS satellite images and combining big data mining and machine learning to locate and identify informal sector households in the poorest areas, and then they were able to register them and for social protection program support. And then also in Kenya, when cash was considered as one of the transmission channels of the virus, mobile or digital payment was really helping a lot those informal SMEs to continue their business and during the crisis. So of course, as we know, informality also concerns developed countries, maybe in the different ways to compare to developing countries. So for example, in Spain, is also digital technologies has been used, for example, the data matching tool to detect new types of informality and non-compliance, mainly related to people making fraud within those financial support program as part of the relief package to COVID. And also in Estonia, it was interesting, as in Estonia as one of the most advanced countries using technologies for governance. So basically, because everything was already online. So a digital society also proved its resilience in response to COVID-19. Not much impact was on the labor market, but of course, at the same time, the government still using technologies or the AI for job matching for those people who might have lost their job temporarily, and also created a workforce sharing platform for those companies. They might have to reduce certain hours of their workers, but on the other hand, there's some companies, maybe they need to need workers for a temporary basis, and then to match, to share the labor at the same time. So to conclude, three messages or three questions that I have in mind, and then also for discussion as well. First, how do we keep the momentum of policy discussion on transition to formality? Maybe to show stronger commitments instead of a job-rich recovery, maybe we should make it more explicit and then emphasize on a formal job-rich recovery. So after that, the second, what are the opportunities that we should take at this point, especially given the policy momentum is there? Those informal workers and enterprises, they are visible now to governments, as we see. I mean, through this, the social protection program is respond to COVID. So they are visible. We know who they are and where they are. Maybe take this opportunity to formalize them now. Of course, those who are ready to formalize. And then thirdly, it's also related to the questions we have been discussing quite a lot these days, how to mobilize resources, giving the limited fiscal space in developing countries. While I agree with this argument and also this logic, but maybe we can see things in another way around, is maybe transition to formality is part of the solution, because transition to formality can definitively increase government revenues, and it will be a long-term and sustainable solution in terms of domestic resources mobilization. And so this is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Vicky, for that tour de force of a set of very important but complex issues, and reminding us of the pre-COVID situation. 60% of workers were informally employed prior to the crisis. And then COVID hit, and of course, it's been the lockdown measures that have had this peculiar effect, which has resulted in a loss of livelihoods and incomes for informal workers and businesses around the world. And of course, the insights on recommendation 204 and particularly formalization. And thanks for also raising your own questions. It's very useful as well for discussion. So let's move now to the final speaker. Akiko Sakamoto, as I said, is a skills specialist in a Bangkok office. Akiko, over to you to share your insights on the role of skills development in driving transitions. Thanks. 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just let me pull out my slide here. Can you see it now?
Yes,
Okay.
you can just put it in slide mode.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, so good morning and maybe good afternoon, but also certainly good evening from my side, from Asia. So thank you very much for sort of giving me opportunity to share the perspective of the skill development in supporting the workers in transitions. I'll be mostly doing that in reference from that on the middle to low income country in ASEAN countries, ASEAN, where I do most of my work. Well, first of all, that there are various types of transitions for which the skill development plays an important role. I mean, the focus of the skill development effort has been to support the shift from the school to work transition. But now that the skill development effort is expected to support the work to work transition. And then within that, there's a different type of work transition, isn't it? You know, from transition from the informal to formal employment, also for a transition to green job, etc., as we have heard already. But one thing is that, you know, we don't want to, you know, support the workers' transition, not just to any type of job, right? We want to actually support a job that which is of the high quality, high value added, and high skills that could provide a better prospects for better employment conditions. So in that sense, that skill development is also expected to play a part in transformative force in driving the achieving inclusive growth. So in that sense, there's two questions on here that we have to think about is how skill development and development policy and system can effectively support the worker in transition, but at the same time, they also can facilitate the type of transition that it can bring the positive employment outcomes. That's something that I would like to try today. Very quickly to changing in skills requirement. Here, I really don't today have a time to elaborate on any of this, but as a general trend, there is a shift towards higher and broader skills, meaning that more jobs, at least up into the pre-pandemic, up to the pandemic started, that there's more jobs are requiring workers to higher level of education and qualification. And then the growth of this job category was faster than in other categories. And then there's a more growing expectation of workers to have ability to handle and work with technology. So therefore the importance of digital skills. Another one in growing demand is the STEM related skills, you know, science, technology, and engineering, math related skills. If anything that the technology related jobs and people oriented jobs are viewed as the most vulnerable to be replaced by the technology, like notably the automation. So it's seen as a skills for the future. Another thing is that increased demand for skills for, of course, a growing sector of employment, which include the care economies and green economy, as we heard earlier. And then another important emphasis is on really placed on so-called soft skill, but in ILO we call it core skills and capabilities. Here we are talking about not only a teamwork and problem solving, but also capability like learning to learn, be resilient, and be adaptable. So on. So in response that there's the significant awareness or recognitions among the policy makers, you know, for that existing TVET or skill development system needs to be improved. You know, need to be more future ready. So there's a lot of actually that the reform effort currently taking place in particularly that the country I see in the ASEAN countries. But of course, the pace and to the extent that the reform have been implemented is very different from one country to another. But the direction of reform is actually quite common and similar. For example, that the skill development system focus or by and large still remain in a pre-employment and pre-employment training, targeting largely young people on a full-time basis. But it's now been redirected to support reskilling and upskilling and lifelong learning. Of course, easier said than done, and there's a lot of work needs to actually to take place to support this transition to happen. But also, another aspect is that, the existing system needs to be more directed, to be more, to embrace the industry leadership, at least to have more effectively be able to work with industry to strengthen the existing skill development system. And another thing is that more focus on soft skills than before. And then the system is also directed to be more inclusive by improving access by disadvantaged group. And then they're more, also be more digital based. So, as I said, that, just a matter of a few minutes, 1 minute or so, but this is a really, each of them is a very big area of work. And then a lot of work actually needs to take place. So I'm saying that, sorry, go back. Just say that, in order to actually assist the workers in transitions, also that the skill development system itself is also in a major transition itself. One of the directional reform that I really wanted to highlight here is to be a more learner-centered. And then I would like to explain in a minute that I think that one of the key aspects of the workers' transition that we are talking about today is that, for individual, the prospect of the labor market is as such that it seems to be increasingly difficult for them to actually, plan what skills to be investing, how they can navigate their career development and so on. So, we heard it in the earlier conversation that, skill development, the career is no longer linear, likely to face multiple careers and et cetera, et cetera. So in this context, that's for the skill, the development systems, it's not good enough to just to concern about, providing the skills effectively, the kind of skill that, that the teachers and the policymakers think that, and even employers think that workers should be equipped with. Actually, that equally important is that system need to actually support the individual to be able to find their own way. So I feel that in the context of a kind of unforeseeable, if I may say, a future work, there's an increased expectation, if not responsibility, on the individual and their skills to pave and navigate their own way. And then this brings to me to highlight that it's the importance of placing the perspective of individuals at the center of the skill TVS system. What I mean by this is that, the individuals are asking, how can I navigate through this uncertain world of work? How can I be resilient and adaptable? So from their point of view, looking at the system, the questions like this needs to be asked. For example, is it, that quality and timely information about jobs and skills available when they need it? The training providers' informations are easily available, not only about the type of training courses and then duration of courses, but with the information that to give them an indication of which training providers are providing a quality training. For example, also, is there information available about, for example, such as like a career map, to guide the individual career progressions and then tell them or indicate them what skills training program they should be embarking on. Another thing about the qualification system, is a qualification system is actually be able to certify the very short term, the micro-credential for you. Not only that, and so that they can actually, use to get the immediate employment, to seize the immediate employment opportunity. But not only this, whether the qualification system be able to enable to them to accumulate this kind of short-term credential, but over time, accumulate to eventually to acquire broader qualification and a higher level of the qualification, so that they would not get stuck at the low skills level. Is the system enable the workers to recognize and certify the skills that they non-formally acquired, etc. So I think that we talk about, and there is a lot of talk about now the workers and individual need to be resilient and adaptable. So, if we, the system has to actually support them to be so. And then I think that one thing that I would like to kind of highlight is that we have to be very careful that the responsibility of the learning should not fall just on the individual alone. Because I think that opportunity for learning are not equal. Those who are the learning opportunity for those who are working in small and medium enterprises are very different from those who work in a large company. This is a bit, a big category of thing that I'm talking about, but I hope you get what I mean. So I think that it should not be at the responsibility of the individual alone, and I think it requires a systemic response and also a multi-stakeholder the response to this issue to ensure the lifelong learning to all. So just quickly on the potential of the skills to be a transformative force. I feel that, if we are serious that the skills development effort to significantly contributing to the effort to facilitate the inclusive growth, the skill development effort really needs to be an integral part of the creation of the quality jobs. And then, but the issue is that there's still skills and TVET system viewed and discussed as a really purely supply side matter. In fact, exception of the large company exporting companies in a middle to low income country context, there is still limited interaction dialogue between TVET sector and the business sector. And then it is really not really seeing that skill as a sort of a driver of change and then providing the business solutions and then industry upgrading. So what the ILO, the skills branch colleague and also field specialists like me do is that we promote a sectoral approach to skill development and we facilitate a sector stakeholders dialogue, skill needs identification by the sector, and the development of sector-based skill strategy. I'm really kind of summarizing a very big area of work in 30 seconds, but it is, we start with, don't start with a skills discussion, but, we facilitated a sort of stakeholder discussion about the visioning, how they would like to take the industry forward in terms of the upgrading, and then talk about the skills and identify skill needs and strategize action of the skill development in realizing its vision. So in this way, the human resource development plan of the sector can be more better aligned to support the diversification of the product or increase the value addition of the goods and services, and then that will give a more greater chance to providing a job, the quality job to work. So final slide, and then I think that additional efforts are indeed required for supporting specific work transitions. For example, just transition to the greener economies. Here what I have is that, of course, that those who are access to the new job created the green economies are not necessarily the one who had lost in transition to green economy. So here, what I would also like to know is that what are the sort of relevancy of the skills of the workers? How they're relevant to get the sort of related jobs or a new job in a different sector. So that we need to understand more about this. Women entry and career progression, STEM-related job. Through the number of the projects that we are operating in my region, we'll be doing a targeted training and also skills identifications work and so on. And then what we also trying to do is the development of something like a career maps and that how they could entries and progress in a certain career. One thing is actually that we try to, even though the program is open up to encourage women to participate, sometimes the women's side and girls, they are the ones that are not really coming forward. And then one thing is that there really seems to be a little bit of blockage about how they could actually progress, what kind of work would that be and so on. So I think the working of the development of career map could be helpful, and we are something that we are piloting. Lastly, on the transition to formal employment, yes, I think it's significant work that needs to be done, and I don't really have a full answer for this. But the basic digital skill is something of a must, and the recognition of prior learning. I think that there's a lot of now that the focus on more area-based approach, and then building a sort of a local stakeholder to the multi-stakeholder approach to reaching out the vulnerable, and then to get them more involved. This kind of area-based approach is being promoted, but most importantly, it's really skill needs to be important thing is that skills is a big part of the value chain upgrading and a broader formalization effort. So it's a little bit of a marathon of idea, but thank you very much for your attentions. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Kiko, for that presentation. Of course, highlighting that skills development can address different transitions, but really focusing on the changes that need to happen in the approach to skills development. And I think one line you made, one phrase you used, I think is important. The system has to support individuals to be adaptable. Really, putting the workers and the individuals at the center of skills development. Okay, now we have around 20 minutes for discussion. I see that there's been a lot of questions posted in the chat. And since we have 20 minutes, those people are welcome to raise their hands and also ask questions. But let me just highlight the ones that have been already shared in the chat. And starting with Guillaume, Tristan Ariz has asked a number of questions. I think you've seen them, particularly on whether poverty affects the mobility, issue around gender and racial inequalities. Our colleague Monica Castillo has also asked about taking into account the economic cycle and seasonal adjustment. I'm going to hand it to you first to respond to those. And in the meantime, if any other participants have questions, please do post them and we will get to them one by one. Thank you.
Thank you. So regarding the question on poverty, I think the person who is asking this question is making reference to the graph I had on where I had the average level of mobility and two different graphs for developing and developed economies. And it's true that in average, the level of mobility was higher in developing economies, but I would say that the level of poverty is quite a weak predictor of the level of mobility in between status in the country. We are talking about mobility between status. We are not talking about mobility between jobs in this indicator. Because you can always find counterexample in developing economies. There was one bar of Vietnam that was quite low. The level of mobility is quite low in Vietnam, while it is quite high in Brazil, for example. And if you zoom on European countries, you can see countries with quite very similar level of development, with quite different level of mobility. So there is a lot of factors that can explain this level. And I would say, of course, labor markets institutions that are very different, the type of contract that are available on the labor market, the economic specialization of countries, the quality of the learning system, etc., etc. So from a macro perspective, I wouldn't say that poverty or the level of development is an important factor to assess the average level of mobility. But if you consider the other perspective, I provided to you the life course perspective, and you take individual life course into account. Here you can see indeed that I wouldn't say poverty, but rather the deprivation, and the deprivation that often goes with the poverty, such as a low level of access to education and training and etc., etc. These are very important factors to explain not really the level of mobility, but the quality of the mobility on the labor market. People who are suffering more from deprivation are tending to have more precarious transitions from, for example, from education to work, or from work to retirement. This is something that you can see in the literature quite often. And also there was a question on the gender and racial inequalities due to racial factors. These are also very important factors to explain the precarity of transitions from different sequence in the life course. There was, for example, some studies that showed that Afro-American people in the US have more precarious transitions from work to retirement, for example. They tend to retire later. They tend to continue having a work or part-time work. This is quite shown in the literature. There was a question on the seasonality from, I think, Monica. I didn't explain it very much in the detail, but I think the seasonality is avoided in the graphs I show, because I'm taking a very long spell of time and I'm giving the average level of quarterly transitions. So it is avoided. And regarding the economic cycle, this is a very important question, of course, and we show that the pattern of transition is very different according to country, if the countries are in low cycle or in high cycle. And I wanted to show another slide that I had prepared, but I cannot. Yes, I can now. Yes, this slide that is showing the impact of the crisis, the first months of the crisis on labor market transition. So it's a bit different than the graph I showed earlier. Here we are looking at the transition from unemployment to other labor market status, so employment, unemployment, and inactivity. And so you can see that if you compare the second quarter of 2020 and the second quarter of 2029, so you avoid the seasonal effect. First, the level of the impact is very, very different from developing economies to developed economies. If you zoom on countries like Mexico or South Africa, there was a very strong impact of the crisis on especially inactivity. More than on employment. People went from employment to inactivity a lot in developing economies such as Argentina, Mexico, South Africa. And if you compare with European countries, the impact was much smaller, except in the case of the US, which is quite different. And of course, it was because in European economies, you had some policy measure such as short-term workings or flexible hours that were used by government to mitigate this impact. Another thing we can mention regarding the crisis, and I'm taking it from a recent publication from Sergei Suarez and Janine Berg, is that the crisis had a very strong impact on inequalities, and it reinforced the many dimensions that have an impact on inequalities, especially that people with low earnings have been more impacted than others. People with a low education level have been more impacted than others, and people in informality have been more impacted than others during the crisis.
Okay. Thank you very much, Guillaume. Back to me. That's a very comprehensive answer on these questions around poverty, gender, and economic cycle. We have a bunch of questions also for Vicky. Neil, I'll come back to you in a moment. But Vicky, there were questions about, from Jacqueline about the digital economy is weakening or creating more informal employment. How do we address this? Shukti Dasgupta, of course, a colleague here, raising the question about that the recovery has been characterized by the return of informal employment. What's your policy perspective? And also from Monica again on the estimation of informal sector, informal economy by satellite, etc. So over to you to respond to those questions.
Okay. So for the first question related to digital economy, I think the central discussion is always the same, is how do we revise regulations to keep up with and adapt to this new business model? Because I think we do agree that there's a demand for digital economy and the potential formal job creation. I don't think anyone, including government, they want to destroy this sector. But the problem is always the current and existing regulations are not able to catch up with this new type of business model. So maybe we have to take this opportunity to really move forward, how to make sure that regulations cover this sector, and also related to the new types of informality generated from this sector, so that there could be a three-win situation. Government wins in terms of formal job creation, business win for their business, and then workers also can be protected and have formal employment opportunities in this sector. Of course, we also have to bring the voice of workers during the discussion of how to revise this type of regulations. And then for the question from our colleague Sukti, what are the ILO advice for this immediate crisis context? Actually, even before the COVID-19 crisis, when we look at the profiles of informality, they're always along the spectrum of workers, along the spectrum of transition to formality. We always have a group of enterprises and workers. Actually, they are quite close to formality. And they also, when we engage with our constituents, they always say that I will be willing to formalize and then register my business, register my workers, if there's the real benefits are there that for my businesses, for my workers. So there's this type of enterprises and workers, they are ready. So they only need a little trigger point to trigger their formalization decision. So I think maybe one of the advice is just target this group of workers who are ready to formalize and formalize them now. Well, of course, we cannot solve all the problem of informal employment, but at least we can bring maybe a group of enterprises and workers to the formal economy for the recovery. And then the third question from Monica. My answer is no, there's no work yet done to analyze to what extent those numbers that from using those GIS and also in line with those measurements of informal sector survey aligned with the National Bureau of Statistics. But in this example in Nigeria, they still compare those data that they find through GIS to compare with those data in the social registry, which is still a certain data provided by the National Bureau of Statistics. So this is my reply. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Vicky. So we also have a set of questions for Akiko. From Tristan Aries, Akiko, the questions on gender dimensions to skills development. I think you can see the questions, but just let me collect them. Tristan also asks about how can business contribute to employee learning? And there's also one in the Q&A by Fatih Akar about students being prepared for specific needs of companies during their time at school so they can have a smooth path to professional life. And that's something I'll come back to for Neil as well. But Akiko, if you could respond to any of those questions or comments that have been raised.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. So first of all, on the transition, how can we facilitate a woman's transition to a STEM-related job? And then a job here. I mean, as I told the end of the presentation, I mentioned about the importance of perhaps that sort of developing a career maps and give a little bit more sort of the understanding about what is going to be to develop the careers and how they can progress. And that actually may help them to see that, feels more familiar and help them to develop the confidence about embarking on the, STEM-related skill job, to start the STEM-related job. That's one thing. But another thing that we have come across through the project is that the importance of role models, whether they could be about trainer themselves, those who actually successfully successful in STEM related jobs. I mean that to hear from them and their experiences is quite a powerful thing to giving the women's confidence and the joining. So one thing that I would like to share is that maybe if I allow later that we are currently developing implementing a project called a Women in STEM Readiness Project. Actually, covering the Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand. So that's specifically promoting women's career as entries and progression in STEM-related jobs. So something that I would like to share that with you. In relation to that role of a business, I mean, it's industries and then employers can play a very important role by providing a workplace learning opportunity, whether it is, as you said, the internship and learnership. So if anything, that there is a different type of training, like whether it is institutional based or community based, and then also the one type is that the training that provided by employers. It's really the employer-led training is that it's really the use highest the employment rates among the trainees. So it is very important. But what we need to be careful here is that it's not just about any type of workplace learning, because so therefore the ILO promotes, you might have already, the quality apprenticeship, because it really needs to be it's the contents, the learnings that goes in, and then a sort of the regulation that needs to go around it to call it the apprenticeship. It needs to be in there. Otherwise, without those sort of code of conduct and agreement, and then understanding of what quality apprenticeship should be, could potentially lead to basically employees being used as a cheap labor. That's something that we definitely don't want to have that. So we have to think about safeguarding the interest of the trainees here. Another one that we had a question about from Jocelyn on NEET, what actually we could do to facilitate on this one. Here, I think that ideally that yes, the skills training alone, I agree with you that it won't be likely to be an answer here. Ideally, I think that it should be the effective, the response could be to something to combine skill development as well as a work experience at the same time. I mean, that they've been in a NEET situation, and I don't know whether they already had some works exposure, but if not, the lack of the work experience is one of the key barriers for young people transitioning to the work. So that if the intervention could offer the work experience, that would be quite powerful. Another thing is that for those who are in a long term in a NEET categories, they might need extra help. They may need might be useful to think about maybe perhaps a local public employment services, that if the system could afford it, to be able to give them an individual counsel, walk that the process with that particular person, because it is difficult to actually to support the transition from a NEET situation. That's one. And then finally, on how can students be prepared for the specific needs of companies? Yes, well, one thing is that that a training system side has to do do work, in terms of that improving a curriculum, by incorporating more the needs of the industry skill needs, and then also the skill standard needs to be updated, and so on. So there is a lot of work needs to be done about TVET, improving the efficiency and effectiveness of working with this industry colleague. But another thing is that from the individual point of view, definitely that in an internship, workforce exposure, learning, inviting that those who are with the industries workers into a school could also provide interesting insight for students, be part of in helping the preparation for meeting the specific needs of the companies. So I hope I answered most of the questions.
Great, thanks a lot, Akiko, for the comprehensive set of responses there. I now turn to Neil, and there was, of course, one question that was for Akiko about the transition from NEET, but this is obviously very relevant to your presentation and the work you do, and particularly in terms of the need for policy response to support that. There was also a last question from Alia Khan about how to reduce the policy lag and the timeliness in order to respond effectively during the COVID-19 crisis. Of course, respond to any other points that have been raised as you see fit.
Yeah, thanks, Cher. No, I mean, the key point I wanted to come in with here is, and what COVID-19 has made very clear is putting the emphasis on preparing on students for the needs of companies and skills development and so on is crucial, but it's subordinate to having enough job opportunities for young people in the first place. So one needs to develop job opportunities, one needs sectoral development policies, one needs structural transformation in order to create sufficient job opportunities in the first place. And then the skills development is complementary to that. With skills development without sufficient job opportunities is not going to work. In terms of the time lag, I mean, one of the things, I mean, youth guarantee is rather unrealistic to think in terms of, at least as it stands in the EU, it's rather unrealistic to extending it too much. But one of the things that the youth guarantee has is the automatic nature. It is an automatic stabilizer. It comes in, young people, when they are neat for 4 months or more, have a right to some kind of opportunity in education, training, or employment. And that's the point, supported by subsidies. So the automatic nature of it deals with the, let's say, time lag aspect. But I really cannot emphasize enough this point that, you know, rather than asking how do we prepare young people to face the future, we should be asking how do we prepare the future to help young people get into better jobs. And that's really, I mean, the two things preparing young people is only half the story. And we really need to remember that.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Neil. I think on that note, you've given us a very emphatic message there in terms of the need to look at not only the supply side, the skilling of young people, but of course also the creation of jobs. And this relates, of course, to our discussion yesterday in terms of macroeconomic policy and sectoral policies. We need jobs to be created that young people can access. We need, of course, skills development policies, active labor market programs, employment services that facilitate that transition as well. So we're only slightly over time after having started about 5 minutes late. So I think we've done pretty well, but we'll close here. And I would just stress that I think you agree with me. It's been a very interesting discussion, and a big round of applause to our 4 participants. 2 of them are here in the room. And, you know, I think this session and the presentations has stressed the importance of looking at, firstly, the data, the analysis, the methodologies we need to look at transitions. And this is critical in order to understand what's going on in the labor market. It's critical during a crisis like we're experiencing now, but also in terms of the overall process of structural transformation, the impact of future work trends, as we've heard. And then, you know, we have to think carefully about the groups that have been impacted, like youth, as we've heard from Neil, but also the big challenge of transition to formality. And then those policy areas that need to come together in an integrated way, as Neil has pointed out, to support the goals that have been set to address those problems. So thanks again, and it's been a real pleasure to be here today with you for this session. And back to the organizers. I think we're having a break now. So we have a 15-minute break, I've been told, so we'll be resuming just at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome you all back to the penultimate session of this symposium. The topic of the session is labor market data gaps, and I'm Steve Kapsis. I head the ILO's Data Production and Analysis Unit. Our unit is responsible for collecting and processing labor market data and official national survey microdata sets from countries around the world. And we publish these data on ILO Stat. Our aim is for ILO Stat to have as few data gaps as possible and to provide internationally comparable data that are suitable for understanding labor market developments around the world. So the topic of this session is near and dear to my heart, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Now, the theme of this symposium is employment policies for a job-rich recovery and a better future of work. Well, in order to have, to correctly identify labor market issues that need to be addressed, to design appropriate policies and to measure the impacts of these policies, we need labor market data that are timely, comprehensive, and readily available to policymakers, to workers and employers organizations, to academia, and to the general public. So I think this session is very relevant to the overall theme of the symposium and to the specific thematic areas that we've been discussing over the past 2 days. We have 4 excellent speakers for this session who will each discuss the issues pertaining to labor market data gaps from different perspectives. The first presenter will be Michael Weber, who is a senior economist in the jobs group at the World Bank. And Michael will be discussing the World Bank's efforts to support developing countries in implementing labor market information systems and in filling critical data gaps related. The second presenter will be Olga Stritska-Ilene, who is a senior specialist from the ILO Skills and Employability branch. Olga will zoom in on data needs and data gaps related to skills. We will then hear from Tony Bonnen, who is the Director of Research, Data and Analytics at the Labor Market Information Council of Canada. Tony will share insights on the challenges that Canada's statistical system has faced during the pandemic, the measures taken to address data gaps and lessons learned. And finally, we will hear from Juan Chacaltana, who is a senior employment policy specialist at the ILO. Juan will present the ILO's work on employment impact assessments, including how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected these assessments and the key data challenges related to this. Now, I've asked each speaker to stick to 15 minutes for their presentations, which will hopefully provide time for a very rich discussion after the presentations. In terms of housekeeping, please feel free to write your questions in the chat box. And we will do our very best to get to those questions during the Q&A period. So with those brief introductory remarks, I would like to turn the floor to Michael Weber for the first presentation. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Steve, for the introduction and the invitation. Hello from Washington, D.C. My name is Michael Weber. It's a great pleasure to speak to you today. As Steve said, I work at the World Bank's Jobs Group, and I'm global co-lead for the work on labor and skills, policies and programs at the World Bank. In my talk today, I will first focus on supporting low and middle income countries to obtain labor market information more generally, and then speak specifically about labor market data gaps and how we at the World Bank have tried to fill them during the pandemic. Thinking of the typical questions on labor market information, we often get requests on labor market intelligence, starting with the macro level, where questions revolve around jobs indicators and analysis at the national, but increasingly also regional and sometimes even local levels. For the macro perspective, countries want to have an understanding what's happening in the labor market in terms of employment, unemployment, informality, labor productivity, but also sectors in education and the like. And there is, let's call then also the meso level, that is more on labor demand in terms of occupations and changes in vacancies. And finally, on the micro level, people want to know about current characteristics of jobs, average wages, working hours, skills needs, and the like. Sometimes, as you see from this slide, these questions can become very specific. For example, I was once asked to help answer the question, how much will be the demand for digital occupations by 2030 in my country? And how many workers do I need to train for that? So yeah, typical responses involve working with the national statistical offices to field more regular labor force surveys, also look into administrative data more closely as a first step, but then also develop initially simple tools like critical occupations lists that allow policymakers to make informed decisions, for example, about prioritizing sectors and skills to invest in, then gradually develop more complex tools that require sophisticated, tailored data analysis and specialized communication. So the higher level recommendation, as you can see from the previous slide, is really for countries to work towards an advanced labor market information system tailored to a broader audience. Centering the dialogue around the labor market information system allows covering many topics in the labor space, but also covering various needs and activities from different actors. With labor market information systems, I'm referring here to the standard definition of a set of institutional arrangements, procedures, mechanisms, all of them designed to coordinate the collection, processing, storage, retrieval, but also dissemination, of course, of labor market information, with the goal of addressing the needs of a broad set of actors on the labor market. So as you can see in the slide, the actors are indeed quite broad and include students, workers, firms, education and training institutions, practitioners, involving also those in career guidance or job counseling, policymakers, of course, researchers, other government agencies and private organizations. So this vision of an advanced labor market information system involves 4 core functions in the ideal case. So first of all, labor market intelligence, and I already mentioned a little bit about that. It describes the set of services that provide private citizens, policymakers, practitioners, and researchers with comprehensive information on labor market dynamics and outcomes, and the impact of different policies and programs. The purpose is to inform investments in education and training, and also labor market policy programming. Then the next step, job matching. So the services to help unemployed and employed workers looking to improve their working situation, identify job opportunities, and to help firms reduce the cost of filling vacancies and close their skills gaps. Then the third step, career and skills guidance. So this refers to the set of services to help current and future workers identify the skills that are or will be in demand, most likely, but also identify their own aptitude and interest in different types of jobs, for example. So successful career guidance and services can connect users with education and training opportunities to help them develop their career going forward. And then the last item in this list, the government support. This refers to the services to help individuals and practitioners to identify and access relevant government programs, in other words, active labor market policies and programs, other skills building programs, business support, but also social welfare programs. So now thinking about the low and middle income countries, and having listed this set of ideal core functions that labor market information systems deliver, we need to, of course, be realistic and point at the fact that low and middle income countries tend to offer only basic or immediate labor market information. This table tries to sketch out what we mean by that. Countries that provide only basic labor market information typically focus on labor market intelligence, and with respect to actors, they focus on the government, possibly also researchers. And usually they use sources such as labor force service or other household service with labor modules. These basic services cannot help much with the issues and challenges that labor markets face on a broader level, including suboptimal education decisions, inefficient job mismatches, short supply of skills for employers, and consequently also lower than otherwise possible firm and labor productivity. Countries that have more, let's say, intermediate labor market information provision to further expand these services to jobs matching. They reach then also to employers, workers, and students more specifically. However, they still typically have only limited services available, involve fewer stakeholders, and often offer rather limited quality and variety of the data produced and shared. And then there are the countries with advanced labor market information systems that build the contrast. They provide ideally all four key functions: labor market intelligence, job matching, career guidance, and government information to a large set of stakeholders. They may additionally use big data approaches and also have information systems in place that are interoperable, that help sharing administrative data and the like. So such systems can provide relevant, timely, reliable, and comprehensive labor market information to all clients, but also stakeholders. So in our discussion, I hope we'll get more to the gaps, but now I would like to move to the current COVID-19 pandemic and its economic impacts. So the juxtaposition of basic versus advanced labor market information provision outlines a possible work program to address these gaps. But now, on top of this, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that even the more basic household survey-based labor market intelligence can quickly become a luxury, given the reality of missing data during lockdowns. At the same time, it has also opened a door for accepting innovations and investigating new approaches in the field of labor market data collection and methodologies, including estimation methodologies. Clearly, the economic slowdown during COVID-19 led to adverse labor market, as you also have seen today, and that happened in both developed and developing countries. But what have we done at the World Bank to measure that and other institutions? So early in the pandemic, we of course know the ILO's estimates that have shown its unprecedented impact on global employment and labor income. For low and middle income countries, many of these data points that also the ILO has been using for its estimates have been missing though. This figure on the right-hand side shows that the production of statistics on household and labor markets by National Statistics Office have been particularly affected in low and lower middle income countries. So more than 50% were affected by the lockdowns, but also other middle income countries where about 40% of National Statistics Offices were affected in producing labor market statistics during the lockdowns. So there has been little systematic knowledge about the labor market impacts of the crisis using evidence-based data. And that, of course, also impacted possible responses in specifically low and middle income countries, given the lack of data. However, having empirical understanding how the pandemic affected labor markets in the developing world is crucial as governments and other actors continue to develop responses. The World Bank, specifically looking at labor markets, has responded with an initiative on this question that is called JobsWatch COVID-19. It's an initiative to shed light on the impacts of the pandemic on jobs and also shed light on the labor market policy response in developing countries. JobsWatch COVID-19 has explored various options to measure impacts, including phone surveys, randomized online surveys, data from social media and portals, online search behavior data, remote sensing data, but also developed crisis modeling approaches and interesting methodologies to measure jobs at risk. So let's now turn to phone surveys to address these gaps. In times of crisis, phone surveys have shown to be a helpful alternative to elicit information from individuals, households, and firms. They were relatively quickly to implement and at a relatively low cost. They are therefore well suited for data collection purposes during the COVID-19 pandemic. Phone surveys open opportunities and learning experiences for direct and timely analysis of developments in labor markets. However, phone surveys may present several limitations that we have to be aware. There is selection bias, potential selection bias, driven by a large yet selected segment of the population owning a phone. There is the potential of non-response bias that often worsens throughout the life of a phone survey. Then there is heterogeneity in mobile phone coverage across geographies and population groups. So being aware of these caveats and addressing them wherever possible, the World Bank has collected and harmonized high-frequency monitoring data using phone surveys from households, but also firms across the globe during the pandemic. They started, in fact, early on in the crisis. This data collection effort includes the Living Standard Measurement Study countries that the World Bank has been supporting in specifically Sub-Saharan Africa over the past years in cooperation with national statistics offices. I'm highlighting these because these surveys from these countries are particularly interesting as they include panel data from before the crisis and enable interesting comparisons. So now, having discussed some of the pros and cons of phone surveys, what can this high-frequency phone survey labor module offer, and what should we consider when working with the data? So the labor module forms really part of a multi-topic survey and can therefore be linked to other teams other than labor, such as education, food security, youth aspirations, but also other socioeconomic questions, including those from business incomes. It demonstrates the COVID-19 labor market impact on the respondent, but it focuses on one person per household, typically the household head. There are, however, also some of these surveys where information was collected on all household members. The labor module includes information on the effects of labor income, but also on coping mechanisms. And also there are other interesting features that I will shortly share a link that you can look into. But we need to highlight that these surveys do not replace official employment or unemployment indicators or provide information on detailed job characteristics. So in that sense, they're limited. Phone surveys can only be conducted in a very restricted period of time. So they cannot deliver those types of labor market information we're looking for advanced labor market information systems. To close, here is an overview of the phone surveys conducted so far. You can click on the online dashboard or search for this online dashboard and identify harmonized indicators for more than 50 countries. For information, the surveys have been conducted for more than 100 countries by now. There are also regional surveys for South Asia and Latin America and the Caribbean. And you will also find some of these surveys in the World Bank's microdata library. On top of that, I'm including a link on a blog series that we have done that presents findings on impacts that are to some extent based on this high-frequency phone surveys. The blog series is called Confronting the Jobs Impacts of COVID-19, and that's also where you find blogs on some of our research papers, briefs, reports from the JobsWatch COVID-19 initiative. With this, I want to close the introductory presentation and pass over to Stephen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for this excellent overview of the World Bank's activities to support developing countries in terms of their labor market information systems and in terms of bringing more timely labor market data to bear through the high frequency phone surveys that the World Bank has been engaged in. I think during the Q&A, it would be great to hear more about some of the lessons learned from both streams of work that you've discussed. So in terms of supporting labor market information systems, perhaps you could mention some good examples of successful implementation in resource constrained countries. And I think it would also be interesting to hear what you would do perhaps differently with the high frequency phone surveys now that you've been through this exercise and have learned through this exercise. So thank you very much again, and thank you as well for keeping to time. We will now stay within this international focus, and I will turn to my colleague, Olga. who will present issues related to skills and skills anticipation. Olga, over to you.
Thank you very much, Steve. So the subject of my presentation is really the gaps in the labor market information specific to skill needs. And I'm afraid I cannot avoid just echoing some of conclusions made by Michael, because of course, a big portion of labor market information is the data related to skill. But just before we go into the gaps, I would like to remind why we're actually trying to find out the skill needs, both current and potential, the future skill needs. And there are three broadly defined areas how this type of information can be used. The first area is policy, informing policy. And here I think it's important to underline that we do not speak only about skills development policy or vocational education training policy or lifelong learning policy. We actually speak about many types of policies, including climate change, technology policy, investment policy, industrial and sectorial policy. So all those policies that speak to development, productive transformation, and employment. Why? Because if we do not really understand what the skills are available within the current or potential workforce, then some planning on the skills development part has to be done. Otherwise, the policy in question will be at stake, its implementation will be at stake. The second broadly defined area is informing education and training itself. And here we mean really the design, the updating of competency standards, curricula, training programs. And of course, that's an important function. However, it's also, we have to say that there are some limitations to the extent where the labor market information can be used for that. We need the labor market information for updating and designing education training programs. However, we also need some specific qualitative research at occupational level, for example, to inform at the level of granularity which is needed for this type of purpose. And finally, matching of supply and demand through labor market institutions, usually public employment services, including counseling, career counseling, vocational guidance, that basically informs individual decisions within potential choice of their careers or training. And of course, each of these areas require totally different types of information, and they require very different level of granularity of information. If for policy formulation, you can say fairly aggregate level, provided some kind of helicopter view for general budgetary decisions or strategies. For the design of competency standards or for informing career counseling and vocational guidance, you have to have really very granular information, and there you potentially need to add on qualitative research. Another complication for skills measurement is that in order to measure a skill, you actually need to test it. And there are some important surveys implemented, for example, by the OECD. So it's a PIAC survey that tests, apart from other things, also tests the skills of adult people, and PISA, which is another example of survey that tests the skills of 15-year-olds, which has been recently expanded from general education to vocational education training. These are very, very important surveys and tools. However, they are quite lengthy to implement, prepare and implement, and they are also quite expensive. That's why what usually people like myself, I'm not a statistician, I'm not a data scientist, I'm an analyst. So people who are specialists in skills development, we usually use proxies. These are occupations, jobs, qualifications, data on education training, on vacancies. And in order to understand whether there are or will be imbalances on the labor market, the so-called skills mismatch, we need to have data on supply and on demand. Basically, using these two types of data, we can construct indicators that can bring the information about different types of skills mismatch, qualification mismatch, skills gaps, skills shortages, that all require different types of policy interventions. So we need the information on stocks, labor force currently available, and the structure of employment by occupation, by education. We need information on flows, so those people who will come to the labor market currently being in education training, or they are job seekers or otherwise. We need information on expansion demand and on replacement demand. So it's not only demand that arises out of growth, economic growth, but also which arises out of those people who withdraw from the labor market, who retire. And in some countries that are experiencing aging, these constituents a big part of demand. So that's quite important to find out. So we need all this detailed information on employment by sector and occupation, job vacancies, and reasons for difficulties to hire people, whether they're related to skills or not, job tasks, and so on. Now, the question is, do we have this information when it comes to low and middle income countries? Unfortunately, the core source of information, labor force surveys or household surveys, they do not exist in all countries, or where they exist, they are not always regular. Sometimes they happen just once in 5 years. Very often, we do not have long time series, or they are broken time series. They are small samples that do not allow to produce granular analysis that is meaningful for understanding skills needs. And short time series also do not allow for any meaningful projections or forecasts. So that is an objective situation. Now, on the supply side, the administrative records of enrollment, graduation, dropouts, they also are quite scattered. They are not really done systematically in a quality way. And especially when it comes to adult learning, work-based learning, apprenticeship training, there is almost no record. Of course, establishment skills surveys or surveys among individuals, such as school to work transition surveys, they are very, very useful. They compensate partially for the absence of these standard statistics. However, in most cases, they are ad hoc. So they do not allow for constructing a time series and projecting again. There are some exceptions. For example, in Cambodia, the National Employment Agency, in collaboration with the ILO, constructed a very useful employment establishment skills survey, which has been implemented already for many years regularly. And it did constitute the core part of their labor market information informing about skills demand. Now, on vacancies, again, vacancies, they are poorly recorded. And this is, of course, all linked to the underdeveloped network of public employment services and capacity on the side of public employment services to collect information about skills demand related to vacancies, about skills available among job seekers, and to match. Now, the question is, can it be compensated by the availability of big data scrapped from the internet, real time, which is potentially a very useful tool, which is available just there. I'm not going into details of all the methodological difficulties of constructing such a database. That might be a theme in itself for a discussion. But when it comes to low and middle income countries, even the potential of these databases is quite limited, because the representativeness of these databases for informal economy and also for blue collar occupations is very, very limited. Another big problem is the absence of statistics for low and middle income countries on wages and pay. And in order to understand whether a skill shortage, for example, on the labor market is a real shortage, and whether the labor market is clearing out that shortage by increasing wages, we need this kind of data. We also need this kind of data to understand whether the shortage of workers might be also linked to working conditions rather than the skill shortage. Tracer studies are quite widely used by low and middle income countries. They allow to measure the successfulness of this or that education or training program, and the successfulness of the graduates on the labor market and their level of satisfaction with the skills acquired. However, again, they are mostly ad hoc, and therefore they do not really form a segment of the labor market information in a systematic way, which can be used then by potential students, by their parents to have an informed choice of a potential training or a potential occupation. And finally, the problem with the skills taxonomies. There is no really a global skills taxonomy that would measure skill and link it to information of occupations. And this is a big problem. So mostly what we end up doing, we're using ONET, which is occupational information coming from the US, which is an excellent database. But the question to what extent this information is relevant for low and middle income countries is, of course, acute. Now, this is the results of this survey we implemented a couple of years ago among our constituents. That means we asked representatives of employers' organizations, trade unions, ministries of labor, and ministries of education on the major obstacles in the development of skill needs anticipation and assessment. And as you see, mostly in high-income countries, but also in lower income countries, they agree that lack of capacities, lack of human resources is one of major issues, along with difficulties in coordination, poor statistical infrastructure, and lack of funds. Now, this is the point that I would like to make, like the key argument of the presentation. As you know, labor market information system, including skill needs anticipation assessment, has certain pillars. Of course, we need to have good quality data and data flow, data sharing. We need to have methods and tools to organize this data, to analyze this data. We need analytical capacities to make use of the data and produce an added value of the information, making some sense of all the analysis to inform policy and decisions. However, this all will not happen without institutions. So institutions, in my opinion, is the key, and this is where international organizations and the whole development community have to concentrate our effort in supporting countries. Why? Because institutions support coordination of policies across different ministries, policy coherence. The institutional platforms provide the possibility for social partners, employers, to share their information about skills demand, so providing the regular labor market signaling to education training, and overall coordination. Very often when I work with countries and they ask where to start to develop the system of skill needs anticipation, I say, find one unit or form a task force that would be responsible for coordination. Task that unit with coordination, and then you will see how the system actually starts evolving and partners join in this activity. And this has been confirmed also in the recent evaluation which we implemented in 5 African countries of their system of skill needs anticipation. Of course, they all speak about lack of regular, reliable, good quality data. But in my opinion, this is a consequence. This is not a cause. The cause really lies in all other reasons mentioned here, and therefore recommendations to involve more social partners, to develop capacities, institutional capacities for labor market information players, to improve governance, to strengthen the link between private sector education and training, and develop the network of public employment services. Now, speaking more globally, what are the potential solutions at national level as well as an international level? So I already mentioned strengthening coordination institutional platforms. And what is important is to link that effort to broader effort of institutional development of the governance system for skills development. So for example, if there are tripartite structures at the national level, tripartite skills council or human resource development council or agency, to use this type of body for key decisions about the collection of information, analysis, and dissemination, implementation of recommendations. The same concerns sectoral level. Sectoral skills bodies are an important governance mechanism in understanding the skill needs and mapping and implementing the skill needs assessment and anticipation, and also the use of this information at sectoral level for formulating the sectoral skill strategies and the implementation of respective sectoral skill strategies. Then, of course, strengthening capacities of all institutions involved in the data collection and analysis, including national statistical offices and public employment services. We do need to increase investment in data and analysis, but very often it's just a matter of prioritization, because the complaint about lack of funds in our research among constituents did not come only from low-income countries. It also came from advanced countries who normally should have enough budget to allocate for this type of activities. Therefore, it's a matter of priority as well, not only a matter of increasing investment, even though it's needed, obviously. In the ILO, we promote very much qualitative research, especially at sectoral level. So we have a program which is called Skills for Trade and Economic Diversification. We also have an approach which is called Skills Technology Foresight. And we also use other types of sectoral foresight with the direct interaction and involvement of social partners. And we find that for developing countries, this is the most efficient approach, and it compensates for the lack of standard data. We also think that it's important to use the new opportunities which are offered by digital technologies for systematic feedback. So for example, we introduced a new tool which is called ILO Service Tracker, which is like a mini tracer study, which allows all participants in training to provide immediate feedback on the quality of training, and also the feedback later on the consequences and the satisfaction of employability, employment status, and satisfaction in terms of attained skills. I have also 3 examples here that are informing the international level. So one solution would be adapting existing analytical methods and indicators to developing countries. So for instance, we work with OECD. They have a very attractive interactive interface, which is called Skills for Jobs. It's a composite indicator which uses a lot of sub-indicators, including hours worked, employment, hourly wage, proportion of underqualified, unemployment rate. This is in the nutshell. It's a little bit oversimplified. So when we try to adapt that to a larger number of developing countries, we cannot do that really. So we find ourselves stuck basically with the situation. So what we're trying to do now, we're trying to simplify that composite indicator by dropping some elements and see whether that would be still robust, by instead of having a year-to-year comparison, having possibly 2 points in time comparison. And potentially we'll also discuss how we can plug in some of the big data coming from, for instance, LinkedIn or Burning Glass Technology or other data providers. Here you have an example coming from Thailand, some preliminary results. And you see on the left-hand side, these are occupations which are in excess, on the right-hand side, hard-to-fill occupations. And the size of a bubble actually says something about the size of the problem. So there are, for example, skilled agricultural, forestry, and fishery workers in excess, and they have quite high employment numbers. Another example is to combine different types of data, and that is big data with potentially also small data. In 2019, we implemented a research on skills for a greener future, where we used a projection with the use of input-output modeling until 2030 in 2 scenarios. Here you see the results of the scenario of the transition to energy sustainability. So what we did, we actually added labor force survey information, looking at the structure of sectors by occupation, and produced the projection by occupation, finding out which occupations will be growing and which ones will be shrinking. And then we added the information from, as a proxy, from Burning Glass Technology real-time data from the US. Unfortunately, we couldn't do from all respecting countries participating in the survey, so we had to do a proxy from the US, comparing which skills could be still used within broadly defined occupations if a person moves within this occupation to one of growing sectors because they are losing their job within their occupation and their countries. And we found out that a lot of skills can be still used, some of them soft, some of them semi-hard, but they are all transferable, you can see. So it's not only communication and problem solving, but it's also repair or preventive maintenance. And that was done for the ISCO 31, science and engineering associate professions. We also found out some possible transitions for these type of occupations that will have a lot of turnover. Transitions within a larger group of occupations, that does not mean that they will lose anything in their wage. So that is, as a minimum, the same level of pay or higher. And for example, for these power plant operators, we found 5 possible transitions. And finally, the last example on adapting methods quickly to new situations. As you know, Michael also mentioned with the COVID-19, we had to quickly understand what will be the reskilling and upskilling needs as a result of the COVID-19. And at the same time, all our approaches, which we use so frequently at sectoral level, they are very interactive. They really are based on the interaction with social partners. However, we could not really implement them because of the confinement and the lockdown measures implemented by countries. Therefore, what we did, we really produced a new guidance tool that put the analysis among sectors that experience labor loss, sectors that experienced spikes in demand, job seekers and workers also in the concerned sectors. And we found out this is the results actually from 9 African countries. So we succeeded in mapping the situation in terms of the impact on employment and the current status in terms of working hours or temporary layoffs. And what is the most important in relation to skills which are needed, which require immediate training. And apart from some specific technical skills, these are digital skills, which really had a big rise in demand during the COVID-19. Some managerial, administrative skills, and skills for green jobs and other area of skills, which also spiked in demand as evidence among those in employment, job seekers, and employers as well. And finally, we could also identify some areas of difficulty to provide training in order to really be able to provide retraining measures as a consequence to this survey immediately. You can, of course, find a lot of more information on our website, and including also the tools which you use for skill needs anticipation and matching. Thank you very much, and over to you, Steve.
Thank you very much, Olga, for presenting this very comprehensive and clear overview of the data issues pertaining to skills monitoring in developing countries. I think you laid out the data sources for skills monitoring very, very clearly. And just, you know, one question from my side for the Q&A, if you wouldn't mind. You know, developing countries are resource constrained. So I think it would be good to hear from this variety of sources, what's the starting point? What's the strategy in terms of if we have scarce resources and we have to invest in one data source or 2 data sources, where should we focus? I think that would be very useful to hear from you. But now we will shift from an international perspective to a national perspective, and specifically the experience of Canada. I'm very happy to have Tony joining us today to share this perspective. So Tony, over to you. We don't hear you.
Yeah, I know. Classic. Where is the look? All right, there we are. Sorry about that. Classic COVID era mistake. Now I've lost my, I am sharing my screen. Perfect, great. Apologies for that. Yeah, very happy to be here and very happy to follow on those great previous speaker points, since I think they tie a lot to the experience we've had sort of in Canada here. Just a bit of background about LMIC as an organization. So in Canada, labor market policy is a shared jurisdiction, a shared domain between the various jurisdictions, the federal level, provincial, and territorial. They each have a responsibility for training programs, funding the development of skill programs, of employment insurance, and providing support to workers and people looking for work generally. For many years, this was sort of a disparate system where the various governments tried to collaborate but weren't able to do so, pulled by their various jurisdictional needs. So about 4 years ago, they created the Labour Market Information Council as an entity focused on sort of the pan-Canadian aspect. They created us as an independent organization, so we're not part of government per se, but we work very closely with our government partners. So I thought it was quite interesting in Mikael's presentation, looking at the sort of components of what he described as an advanced labor market information system. Some of those might apply to Canada, but certainly some stuck out as key issues that we as an organization are trying to address, particularly an efficient system and a comprehensive one. There are many good features in the Canadian system, but the lack of sort of coordination between the various institutions, public and private or nonprofit, is a big one that still needs to be solved, something that Olga pointed to at the end of her presentation. So what I want to basically do is run through some of the experiences we had during COVID-19 in delivering labor market information to policymakers, to researchers, but also just trying to keep on top of what was happening so rapidly in Canada and elsewhere around the world. So to start, the basis of our sort of data and analytics framework that we have in Canada breaks down into these sort of main categories of sources of information. So our labor force survey is sort of the top one, our bread and butter, if you like that, in terms of the frequency and timeliness of this piece. It's a monthly survey in Canada and comes out typically the first week of the subsequent month. So a really key piece of labor market information in general, and one that we relied on heavily. Our job vacancy and wage survey, JVWS, tracks wages. We of course have the census, employment insurance, EI, which is an administrative database of those who draw on employment insurance when they're unemployed, which is roughly 40–45% of those who are unemployed. MLP and TIF is a particular data set that's administrative, tax files linked to education enrollment, so both post-secondary information and information among apprentices, so what programs they studied, what training they took when they graduated or completed their training, and then their subsequent tax file earnings over the years. We did a lot of research on the MLP data set pre-COVID, very rich source of information. But as you can see in these four categories here, one of the big weaknesses of that piece, MLP and census, is the timeliness. And by this, I mean, there's a big delay between when the data are collected and when it becomes available for analysis to inform policymaking and so on. So both the census and MLP is roughly 1.5 to 2 years. The data become available after the reference period. So the previous census was from 2016, and that became available in 2018. Not terribly relevant, of course, during COVID-19. CERB and CEWS basically replaced EI as emergency support measures introduced by the federal government to replace EI and expand eligibility. So rather than having a fairly restrictive set of criteria and processes by which people could obtain employment insurance, the Canadian Emergency Recovery Benefit, CERB, filled that gap very quickly. Those are all the official sources, primarily a mix of, primarily survey data, but some administrative data there too. And then on the bottom, online job postings. So this is what Olga was pointing to in terms of skills information, but also some proxies for vacancies, not vacancies per se, but of course counts of job openings. Now, these are sort of the broad set of data that we use, generally speaking. But as COVID hit and jobs were wiped out enormously, in about 2 months, 16% of employment was wiped out in Canada between February and April 2020. Census and MLP, completely irrelevant for us, far too out of date, nothing timely, nothing tracking the information that we would normally want to see and get that detailed, sort of granular, localized information that those two sources great for in normal times. JVWS, typically a quarterly survey. Statistics Canada, our national statistical agency, has recently moved to a monthly survey of JVWS. However, due to resource constraints, they stopped collecting the vacancy survey during COVID-19, essentially to protect the workers. StatsCan and a bunch of other federal agencies, employers across the country, of course, moved to remote working and had to realign sort of their priorities. And a big loss for us in the labor market information world was the lack of job vacancy data through most of 2020 and into 2021. So that was out for us. Employment insurance, normally pretty up-to-date, pretty frequent. We're able to obtain monthly data a couple of months after the fact. So the timeliness, that lag between the reference period and when we can make use of the data, not too bad. But employment insurance basically went from very high levels of usage, like I said, 45% of unemployment, to almost zero, completely overtaken by CERB and CEWS. Again, those support programs that replace EI during that period as a specific kind of administrative data source, but a support for people that was broader and more generous than EI, given the special circumstances. However, CERB, for understandable reasons, was not released as a standard sort of data product along with the other components of it. It was really focused on just getting that money out to people to get them through the height of the crisis. It makes a lot of sense in policy design, but it meant it was a data source that we couldn't really rely on. Some high-level information was released by the federal ministry responsible for it, Employment and Social Development Canada, or ESDC. But high level, just broad numbers, number of applicants, total amount of money put out, and nothing in terms of record level data. That's now becoming available for analysis. So as a bit of a retrospective analysis, that CERB information will be useful, but through 2020 and up until this point now, CERB administrative data was of no use. This left us with the labor force survey and online job postings, and that's basically what we had to use during the past 18 months or so. Both very good sources, but have their own sort of problems. Losing some of our, or I wouldn't say losing, but not having accessible our key data sets was a limitation. And in addition to that, standard unemployment metrics weren't super relevant for us in Canada, at least, simply because many people lost jobs and were not officially unemployed. And so there was a big increase in doubling of the unemployment rate, but that didn't capture the full impact of what was happening in the labor markets. We focused a lot on the decline in employment, but it was by no means a perfect metric. Credit here really goes to Statistics Canada that developed some new metrics. So underutilization was not a regular thing that they computed, but this was a combination of those who were unemployed, those who were not in the labor force, but would work or were able to work. So that, a more expanded measure of unemployment that's sometimes reported. And in addition, people who were working, but worked less than 50% of their usual hours within the reference week. This was particularly for the labor force survey, but the underutilization metric was one of several new measures that StatsCan introduced during the height of the crisis, which was a big benefit, a new thing for us to track. It made a lot of sense in conjunction with sort of other indicators like changes in employment. As I mentioned, the job vacancy and wage survey was halted. That was problematic for a number of reasons. We were lucky enough to have non-standard data available to us through online job postings. We're working with a partner here in Canada called Vicinity Jobs. So very similar to Burning Glass, I'm sure most of you know, but Vicinity really focused on the Canadian labor market and coding job postings to our official classification system. The other couple here, very specific to Canada, well, in particular, the research data centers. So prior to COVID, the way researchers at LMIC, universities anywhere, would access microdata for the labor force survey, census, or that administrative data, tax files, and so on that I mentioned, was through these research data centers, air-gapped physical locations where a researcher would go in and could work directly on the microdata, produce custom cross tabulations or regression analysis, whatever the researcher wanted to do. The problem was when COVID hit and everybody was forced to work remotely, the RDC shut down. So we couldn't go there and get that data. We were very lucky in our case to have a system here in Canada called the Real-Time Remote Access System, RTRA, which existed for about 3 years prior to COVID-19. And it's a great system, but terribly implemented, if I can put it that way. It is a very sort of archaic system where you have to write little snippets of code, submit it. There's a lot of trial and error, but we were forced to use it, and it became really a key source of detailed, granular information that we could use throughout the crisis that allowed people to safely work remotely and gain access to the microdata and custom cross tabulations. So one very particular to our case, but the RTRA system is a very good one when there are sensitivities around privacy and data access and so on to access that data remotely. And last thing, I'll talk about this a little bit further. Response rates to the labor force survey in particular fell enormously in certain jurisdictions and overall fell to concerning levels. Here again, I would really applaud Statistics Canada, with whom we work very closely, who did a very good job of clearly communicating this to the key sort of like researcher, institutional, policymaker community. They started issuing technical briefings in the week before the labor force survey came out to go through the decline in response rates, to talk about the impacts that it was having on some of their estimates, whether or not they were within the bounds of their accepted sort of variability or variance measures. And I think that's critical in any sort of crisis. If the National Statistical Agency is seeing challenges with the data that they are collecting, communicating what those challenges are is critical to sort of maintain that reliability and that reputation of the survey itself. So everybody can keep that in mind as they do the analysis. So here's a bit of the background, some solutions that we were able to do, others, StatsCan and other partners were able to implement. What we focused then in terms of content sort of was a number of short pieces as soon as the data became available, trying to track what was happening across different segments of the labor market. So very early on, we were capturing sort of the impact on low earning occupations, which saw the lion's share of job losses in Canada. We had something of a major report earlier this year, so in March, 1 year after the onset of the crisis, on the impact on women in particular, and the outsized impact that the crisis had on women. And in Canada, and presumably elsewhere, this was the first time that women bore the larger share, over 50% of job losses versus men, largely because of the particular types of industry, client-facing service sector industries that were impacted, versus more male-dominated sectors in previous recessions, construction and manufacturing and so on. But even within any particular sector of the economy, women were tending to experience a larger share of the job loss than men were relative to their pre-COVID employment level. In terms of job impacts, we worked closely with the University of British Columbia to roll out their sort of analysis of jobs at risk or occupations at risk due to COVID-19, and some analysis of how exposed a particular occupation would be to COVID and its impact in terms of like GDP in a particular province and employment in that province. And so balancing that risk and reward in terms of the risk to workers versus the size of that piece of the labor market in a particular province. I'll talk about the essential services and occupations list in just a moment. It was a bit different than these other ones, but just in terms of sectors, we partnered with a number of sector organizations to sort of do a deep dive into some of the hardest hit sectors. So one on the oil and gas sector, a big one in Canada, of course. And as you might remember, very early in the crisis, there was the sort of a price war between Saudi Arabia and Russia that pressed down oil prices just as COVID-19 was hitting. So the oil and gas sector in Western Canada was especially hard hit as a demand shock and a supply shock was hitting the labor market there. And then, of course, tourism had a major impact as we entered the summer last year and is only starting to recover now. So So the essential occupations list, I wanted to flag this because it was not a standard piece of analysis that we do. Much of what we do is sort of analytical and empirical. And what was happening very early in the crisis was each province, which has is responsible for health policies, was putting out lists of the essential service sectors. So the types of jobs or the types of sectors that could and should stay open during the pandemic, especially in those first couple of months when nobody had a clear vision of what was going on, versus those types of sectors that had to be closed or restricted in some sort of way in terms of the capacity limits and so on. The problem was very often the ministries across provinces weren't coordinating their work, and the labor ministries were responsible for translating these sort of health directives into what that meant in terms of labor market policies. And they work with the NOC system, the National Occupational Classification System. So we gathered the list of named sectors deemed essential by each of the jurisdictions and compiled those into a sort of shared list of the occupations that typically fall into those sectors. So we have a very long list. It ended up being something like 3/5 of all of the occupations. And then we narrowed that down with our own sort of analysis of a key set of, I think it was 61 essential occupations that fell into these essential sectors across Canada. So this ended up being a very useful tool for many of our policymaking partners in the provinces, and something they turn back to time and again. And this was one of the examples I think that Michael mentioned in his presentation of having these sort of lists that was being done by the various entities in provinces, but our additional benefit here was just bringing that together in kind of a centralized location that the various policymakers could turn to, and researchers as well, as this got picked up in a few places. Turning back to some of the challenges then we had, the labor force survey response rate, as you can see here, fell from about 85% on average in 2019 and previous, down to close to 70%, and we're still below 70%. A big reason for this is the lack of follow-up door-to-door survey connections. So the survey is usually done by phone, some online surveying, and then a lot of door-to-door follow-up. Our labor force survey is structured as a semi-panel. So somebody is brought into the survey at the start of a 6-month period, asked a variety of questions, and then a few follow-up questions in the subsequent 5 months. Very quickly, people dropped off as they didn't want to respond, even though this is a required survey, mandated that they do respond. But without that door-to-door, face-to-face follow-up to protect the Statistics Canada workers themselves, we did see a pretty big decline. And again, these are numbers from StatsCan that they've done a very good job communicating to the outside world, which gives us some concern about this response rate, but at least we know and can observe what's going on. Now, this impact is not shared across Canada. This is the response rate in Nunavut, so a Northern Territory in much of the Arctic Circle, not very populous, about 30,000 people or so living there. But this area relies a lot on face-to-face interviews to sort of bolster the response rate in the labor force survey. The response rate there has fallen to drastically low levels, which is very concerning, which raises questions about the reliability of that data for that particular territory. Now, of course, this means in other parts of the country, it's not quite so bad, but the impacts are quite differentiated across the country. And this is something to keep in mind in future analysis as we go forward. So turning then to where the lessons learned from this and what I would like to see as we go forward. I mentioned the CERB benefits, the Canadian Emergency Response benefits. And I perfectly understand a crisis situation, getting the money out the door, supporting people as they were being impacted by this incredible pandemic without precedent. In the future, it would be very nice if policymakers also had some little bit of plan of how to flow the data, the information through to the National Statistical Agency, or even directly to researchers and other policymakers. Now, at the start of the SERB program, it was critical that the data, it was critical that the money got out the door and the data not so much. But within just a few months, 5-6 months, so last summer, last autumn, questions started to be raised of, is this reasonable? How many people are taking this on? Is it worth the cost? And without good, clear empirical data close to real time, it was very difficult for anybody to really address those questions directly. And I think that's one of the key lessons that we see out of this as you develop emergency policy response. Think about the data availability, how that's going to be processed through the existing systems. So more informed decisions can be made down the line. In general, administrative data needs to be improved in Canada in terms of the granularity available and the timeliness. These are maybe specific in our case, but administrative data comes out with a great lag and delay for researchers. And the granularity could be highly improved as well in terms of what's available. There's a lot of privacy restrictions in Canada in terms of the data, which makes good sense, but I think it's also maybe more onerous and more restricted than we have right now, than is required right now in the current environment. And then lastly, one of the sort of big data gaps that emerged were, of course, the non-standard labor market pieces. So childcare and education services, as K-12 schools were closed or moved to remote learning, daycares were closed down. Parents were scrambling where their kids could go, what they could do with them during the day. And it really brought to the forefront how important these non-labor market services are to supporting the labor market, and thinking about any kind of labor market data, expanding that scope of what you include, what you make available, and what you want to connect to in terms of other areas of the economy, social services, and so on. And that also applies to education and training linkages, which is a big one here in Canada, and something that we're trying to link with a variety of data sets as well, and ties into sort of the skills dimension that Olga was mentioning before. For our part, we are working on a data hub that pulls together a bunch of the, for now, standard labor market information in Canada. So much of this from Statistics Canada, some from our federal, provincial, territorial partners, as well as private market data sources, and new labor market information that are transformations, combinations of these various sources. We want to bring these all together into a, I guess you could call it harmonized data hub, a central location where that data is available. That is what LMIC is focused on, but the main pieces and the reason we're building this are these blue circles on the right, which is to develop front-end tools that career service providers, employment service providers can then use and draw on when they're giving advice, career training recommendations to individuals. This network of career service providers already exists, but they lack access to timely, reliable data. And that's what we want to try and serve them with, and tap into that network. As I said at the beginning, one of the big pieces missing in Canada is sort of the comprehensiveness of our system. So we have this very large ecosystem already. And what we would like to try and do is tap into that ecosystem of career service providers with applications, dashboards, whatever they think, and co-design those front-end tools with them, ensuring that the data in those tools are up to date and reliable. So next year, we'll start launching some of these tools and co-designing some of those front-end interfaces as kind of a pilot project, and then hopefully roll that out in the years to come as we continue to add more data into the data hub on the back end itself. So that's it on my side. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Steve.
Thank you very much, Tony. I think that was an excellent presentation, and I couldn't help but notice you've clearly showed, number one, one should never waste a good crisis, because it also presents an opportunity, and it's clear that you and your colleagues in Canada have taken these opportunities to enhance the work that you're doing. I was also struck by the similar experiences that you've had in Canada and that the ILO has faced with when coming to grips with how difficult it is to monitor what is happening in the labor market, both because of disruptions to data sources, but also because the traditional indicators that we rely on really aren't doing a great job of giving us a good picture of what's happening in the labor market. And that's precisely why the ILO Monitor publication series was born, and why we've been adapting a lot of our tools and methodologies. So my takeaway from your presentation is that we should be speaking to one another more often, and this is a very, very valuable set of information that you've given us. Thank you very much. Before we go to our final presenter, I would just like to remind you that you can put any questions in the chat box. I see we've already had an exchange between Mikael and Sarah Elder. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. But now we will hear from our final presenter, who is with me here in the room, Juan Chacotana, on the topic of employment impact assessments. And I can imagine that the pandemic has had an adverse impact on our ability to conduct such assessments. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you, Juan. Over to you.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you to the organizers of the symposium. I will try to be brief. I know I'm aware of the hour. So I would like to highlight in my presentation the policy angle of the data needs. That is something that we have been working in the department. As you know, the Employment Policy Department monitors employment policies and their impact or effects in order to assess ILO constituents. And there has been a particular request of the governing body for a recovery tracking framework at country level. So I think this is interesting for policy purposes. I will divide my presentation in 2 moments, pre-COVID and after COVID. We have had in the past a task force on employment impact assessments in the department, and pre-COVID, basically there has been a lot of work on assessments by the 3 branches in the department. And a summary of that work was condensed here in this reference guide, where we asked colleagues in all regions and headquarters to send us what they were doing on impact assessments. And then we collected some 62 studies sent by all colleagues, almost 14 reviews and meta-analysis as well. And we have had some activities also using this guide. We have had 3 editions now of a course with the training center in Turin. So I won't stop I won't spend a lot of time in the reference guide. You can take a look. I would just highlight a number of things that we discussed there. We discussed how in the ILO or in the employment policy departments, what tools do we use, what types of projects, infrastructure, active labor market policy, sectorial policy, what type of policies are most frequently assessed. And also we discussed the types of indicators that we use. Notably, we pay more attention to the quantity of the number of jobs or the equivalence in full-time jobs per year. So I will stop here in this part. One more thing. In the reference guide, we also give some guidance on how the ILO processes this, what is the ILO approach to assessments, and also we provide some guidelines for institutional settings on how some countries do it regularly. Now, I think the most important part is what COVID-19 has brought and what has been the many challenges that are arising. We have had a couple of discussions with the task force, and there have been several ideas, of course, on how to move on. I will highlight here two, because of the time. One of these ideas is the complexity of policy making, how policy making has become, has evolved and become more complex after COVID. So there have been several studies tracking policies in many institutions. Here in the ILO, there have been some tracking of policies as well. Here I just showed what they did, for example, in the Panorama Laboral of Latin America last year. And just to show that there have been at least some evolutions. For example, we observed that there has been increased spending on existing programs, so more money to existing programs, but there have been some modifications of existing programs as well. For example, unemployment insurances now receiving or allowing some populations that were not covered, including, for example, suspension periods or reduced hours. So we didn't have evidence on that. So we will need to create that evidence on the effects of those changes or modifications of those programs. But there have been other new policies and programs or ways of doing policies. Before, in the previous session, we heard, for example, on the use of technologies for policy making. And indeed, some countries have invested a lot on some enablers of e-government, for example, infrastructure, online applications, and including training of staff. And so in some countries, they have made some adaptations in order to reach, for example, hard to reach populations such as the self-employed or the informal. So those new policies or ways of doing policy have not been assessed yet. So we will have a major challenge there. And there are other areas that are not even covered, but then they are being mentioned heavily in the policy discussions. For example, we had last month a discussion on youth employment and youth resilience, and the topic of mental health, for example, consequences and the relation with labor market outcomes was heavily mentioned, as I said, and then we will need to think how to evaluate that. But the implication for impact assessments, employment impact assessment is, in most cases, this type of interventions that, as I said, they have been massive, involve multiple interventions or overlapping interventions. So we need to move beyond individual assessments, and we need to integrate evaluations or assessments, and in particular we need enhanced tools. And for example, our colleagues in DevInvest have been working now with an enhanced tool for combining macro impulses and the consequences on a specific groups in the labor market, such as youth, gender, or even informality. So that is the type of work that needs to be done in this line. So that is the first idea. And the second is to highlight the role of the labor market structure. And to explain this, the first thing to say is that in most cases, even in our review, we observe that there is a focus on the quantity of employment, or in some cases, or income, but less emphasis is paid to the adjustment via quality, for example, informality, or other variables, underemployment, etc. However, the quality dimension has always been the main adjustment variable in many developing countries. And actually, there has been a discussion on if informality has stopped having that capacity. And I think now combining data from several sources, we know a bit more. In particular, what we observed during lockdown is that even in some countries, informality even fell. So people, some colleagues have thought that meant that informality didn't have this capacity anymore. But if you take a look from a dynamic point of view, what you observe is actually that two phenomena arose here. One is that the usual transitions in the labor market in many developing countries is from employment, or from informal employment to inactivity and vice versa. But due to the lockdown or restrictions imposed by COVID, the reverse inflow from inactivity to informal employment was blocked. That was one dimension, but more importantly, in general, when you have, when the labor market experiences some shock, it tends to adjust sectorially or by firm size, etc. And that was also blocked. For example, even in some countries, there remain some restrictions, especially in labor-intensive sectors where contact is more frequent. So there was a partial block, or in some cases, a more restricted block of the recomposition effect also. So, but the implication for data gap here is that if we combine data from observed data, from the current observed data of employment, etc., with other variables, for example, potentiality, and for example, if you use data on transitions, you could estimate a rough indicator of employability. And if you control for some fixed or geographical effects, then you already see the increase, the probability of transitioning into informality has actually increased. So the combination of both observed and potential data could provide another angle to this discussion. And employability is from the supply side, but you can also think of the consequences of these restrictions in terms of the capacity of the economy of generating formal jobs, for example, and how much does the cost of generating formal jobs has changed after COVID. So this discussion between observe and potentiality, I think, should be more emphasized. But more importantly, COVID-19 has brought massive recompositions of labor by sector, firm size, etc. And that also has an importance, and this quality dimension highlights the role of the economic structure. And for that, you can take a look at this graph. Now with data from the World Bank on informal output and data from the ILO on informal employment, we can calculate easily productivity differentials. If informality is the productivity in the informal economy is 1, then the productivity in the world, the productivity of the formal sector is 3.2. And if you disaggregate that by income region, you see that in developed countries, this difference is 30%. So if it goes from 1 to 1.3. But in emerging economies, it goes from 1 to almost 5. And in developing economies, it goes from 1 to 16. So those structures of the labor market, of course, means different effects. And to see that, you can take a look in this graph. I have added the structure, you know, in the horizontal axis. I show the composition of employment by formal and informal. And what you see is that this composition effect is very relevant for policy making. You can do this exercise by sector, by firm size, and you will get the same result. So the heterogeneity in productivity, of course, is translated into heterogeneity in the labor market, and that has to be taken into account when performing impact assessments. So those are the two ideas that we are discussing, of course, more, but to finalize, just to summarize the need for, there is a renewed need for efforts in employment impact assessments. There is a lot of heterogeneity, of course, and of course we need country-based assessments. And about the challenges that I already mentioned, the data availability, the combination, the need for combinations of observed data with potentialities, and the need for combining, going beyond the individual assessment to integrated policy frameworks. That is more or less what we are thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. Thank you for the insights, and thank you also for your time management, which is far better than my time management because we only have very few minutes left in this session. I have been following the chat on Zoom, and I believe most of the questions that we've had have been answered with one exception. And this was a question to Michael and to Olga related to LMI systems, talking about the high cost of LMI systems, and specifically in terms of Africa, the limited resources, asking whether there is some type of global window, funding window that can be accessed. So if I could first turn to Michael for a 1 minute response to this or any other summary, and then I would like to give the other presenters just a quick 1 minute to respond to anything that they feel needs to be addressed. Michael?
Thanks, Steve. So let me, I actually prepared slides, but I don't think we have the time for that. So at the World Bank, when working with our client countries, we have two main ways to address challenges also with respect to labor market information systems. One is analytical products, and the other one is projects, investment projects. So with respect to in analytical products here, we typically work with countries to develop a vision, to assess existing system, and then develop, introduce concepts and good practices on what as an existing system could develop in going further, thinking of a common vision. We also start in developing pilot data tools and analytical procedures. So that's part of the work with client countries and the ASA, the analytical stream. And then with financial resources from investment operations, from lending operations, we can go further. We basically design a project. We sketch out different components and work with the governments to step-by-step implement these. So specifically with the World Bank, we really work through these two tracks, the analytical and then the project lending angle to help governments. For example, recently we worked on analytical products in Georgia, Indonesia. We worked on something that's called reimbursable analytical services in Malaysia. So here the government pays us to develop specific outputs, also respect to labor market information systems. And then we have lending projects, for example, in Mongolia or also in Indonesia, where we have developed, for example, recently 4 pilots to strengthen the LMIS. One is a critical occupations list. So basically including the employer's opinions on skill shortages, a mixed method between qualitative and quantitative approaches. We developed an occupational employment and vacancy outlook that is a firm survey that collects detailed information on occupational demand by 4-digit occupational classification. Then we developed a product called IndoTask, where we basically followed ONET approaches to collect information by occupation on skills and task content. And then a fourth product that we developed in the Indonesia engagement was an online vacancy data portal. Here, this is a big data approach where we collect the job postings from more than 100 job boards and firm websites, and basically used skills taxonomy for analyzing that online vacancy data. So with respect to these recent engagements, main contributions were really collecting more data, expanding the analysis, but also transforming analysis into services to the client countries' stakeholders. So much for a quick overview.
Thank you very much. Olga, I'll go straight to you, over to you. 1 minute or less, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Just, to answer also your earlier question, where really to prioritize, where to invest. I think, if we have to invest into one source of information, this is certainly labor force survey, and perhaps in even extended labor force surveys by the skills module, using the guidelines developed by the ILO. And that is something where the ILO also provides capacity development to countries, which I think is really recognized as one of the major sources of labor market information globally. But I would like to reiterate that now we need to prioritize our activities really to invest into institutional development and capacity development, because that can be a push for collecting labor market information, for improving the quality of labor market information, and for the extension of different types of sources. And now, just to answer the question, which was also in the chat, about the involvement of African countries. So for instance, there is one important initiative, which is called SIFA, Skills Initiative for Africa, that covers the whole number of different components, including one component on skill needs, anticipation, and matching, where the ILO works in collaboration with the German development agency, GIZ. The project is funded by the European Union. And we look at the assessment of labor market information and skill needs anticipation systems, at the action planning. We've implemented several rapid assessments through that source of funding. There are plans to implement some of the skills for trade and economic diversification and other types of more qualitative work at sectoral level. So it's an important source of funding and the initiative, which is supported by the African Union Commission and its development agency, NEPAD, in collaboration with ILO. And we're also looking into how we can expand the knowledge sharing so that we involve more African countries beyond those that are really participating in the project. So that's in the nutshell for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being brief. If I could turn to Tony for any concluding thoughts from your side, Tony. Thank you.
Only to say very quickly that Olga's focus on skills, I think, is critical, because that is the single greatest labor market information gap. Not one that I focused on during my presentation, but it's the biggest nut that we still have to crack. And thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Tony. And finally, I saw one question in the chat, Juan, from your side. I don't know if you've had a chance to review it, but the question is that you show that divergence between productivity and formal and informal is very little between developed. Oops, I lost it. Can you also check the divergence between wages and earnings between formal and informal in these country groups from the data set? Does it follow the productivity trends?
Yes. On that, I would like to say two things. One is the main purpose of the graph was to show the divergence, the different possibilities of effects in an homogeneous economy rather than an heterogeneous economy. So the space for policy success is different. So that is the main point. And actually, it is a good idea to see if these productivity differentials translate into wage or income differentials as well. Actually, I don't know about any study on that globally, but at least in Latin America, there is a long tradition of connection of that productivity differentials tend to translate later into wage inequality, for example.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Juan. And I'd like to thank all of the panelists for very rich and interesting presentations. I apologize for going 5 minutes over, and we'll go straight into the next session. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much. Probably now we can immediately start the closing session. So it has been quite an intense and long 2 days of the symposium. Yeah. We have discussed quite complex and also rich set of issues, macroeconomic policies and structural and sectoral policies. And in that context, how we can support workers in transition. And also in doing so, we identify lots of the data and analysis gaps. And I think all the discussion we had so far really identify key the research gap, if you like, for the policy actions. And also we had a really good sessions, keynote sessions. Actually, the one is on the global recovery from the IMF, and also the building on that. I mean, there is a very good connection to the next keynote speech, which is about the recovery policy package on climate change. So the overall, I must say, it's very well integrated and consolidated set of the discussions, which basically highlighting both good news and bad news. I must say we have more on the bad news side rather than on the good side. And but this simply indicating there's so much needs to be done in the years to come. And so in terms of our research, the policy research, we really need to speed up and also scale up. And also we have to be very attentive to the evolving situation. So once we have some good understanding of the current situation, but there is no guarantee that understanding will continue to be relevant in next month, for example. So we have to be very attentive to the very rapidly evolving situation. So I want first of all thank actually all the contribution we have listened to in the last couple of days. And then I have a tough job. How can I summarize all this actually rich contribution? Actually, that is almost a mission impossible. So I'm not going to do that. But good news is that we can certainly rely on the collective intelligence and collective wisdom. So for that, and also as a very nice way of concluding this symposium, we invite the tripartite partners and also other partners to share their views and all the takeaway messages with us. And I must say, we have a really great panel for that difficult job. So let me introduce the 4 panelists. The first, we have the Jordi Curer, Director of Employment, Mobility and International Affairs and European Commission. I hope you are online. And the second panelist is actually sitting next to me. Actually, he's a good friend of mine and from the 20 period, I guess. So he is the Siabonga Hadebe, a representative for the Labor Affairs. And he is now in the Geneva, in the South Africa Permanent Mission. And third actually panelist is the Jung Young Bae. She must be my compatriot. She is the head of the international affairs team at the Korea Enterprise Federation. I hope she is online as well. And last but not least, actually, Dr. Michael Akupa, director of the Labor Resource and Research Institute of the Namibia. I can see Michael is online. Okay, very good to see you, although virtually. So what I'm going to do is I'm conscious time. So I'm going to give around 7 or 8 minutes to each panelist for sharing your thoughts and also some take-home message with you. And then once we have a first round of the discussion, if there is some time left, I'm trying to organize a second round of very quick the comments and responses. So that is my proposal to organize this defining concluding sessions. So without further ado, so let me invite Jordi. Very nice to see you virtually. So once again, Jordi, thank you so much for your support on this symposium. I mean, it has been so essential to this, I must say, successful symposium so far. So my big thanks to you. I will have an opportunity to actually express my gratitude in person to you. So probably sometime soon. So Jordi, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you, Shangon Lee. And I hope that in spite of the distance, I can consider myself your friend as well, even if I'm not in Geneva today. I would like, on behalf of the European Union, I would like to underline, before talking about this symposium in particular, of how important we find the global call for action for a human-centered recovery from the COVID-19 crisis, which was adopted in June this year. We, as European Union, we fully support the commitments made by governments, by employers, and by workers' organizations. And we give a lot of importance to the fact that it's a tripartite commitment to inclusive economic growth and employment. So it's not just about growth, it's about a growth which is inclusive, protection of the fundamental rights of all workers, universal social protection, and strengthening social dialogue. And this, of course, should be done, according to us, by giving the ILO a strong leadership. The challenges of the COVID crisis since 2020 have added quite a lot to the challenges that we had already identified when the ILO sent a declaration about the future of work was adopted in 2019. So what we see, I think, is that we have the same kind of challenges, except that they have been, I would say, accelerated. And in this respect, we support multilateral responses to these global challenges, and we are therefore very happy to support any efforts in the world to promote decent work, especially in close cooperation with the ILO, and we do invite others to join, be it other international organizations or other countries. On our side, we will contribute to this global call for action by adopting soon, either at the end of the year or very early next year, a new policy paper on decent work worldwide. And then on top of that, of this policy contribution, my staff and myself from DG Employment in the European Commission, we have also worked with our colleagues in other departments in order to ensure that the future financial planning for developing aid and technical assistance of the EU includes sufficient funding in the next few years for activities with partner countries worldwide, and that's what is important, on the topic of decent work. For instance, we have identified issues related to the protection of fundamental rights at work, good education and skill systems, and I was just hearing our last speaker who referred to the importance of skills, as a matter of fact, and indeed for stronger social protection as a means to make sure that inequalities are reduced. Now, if we come back to this symposium that I have been following and colleagues have been telling me about it, I think that you have already qualified it as a success, Shangon, and I agree with you. And I think that we have heard quite a number of interesting conclusions or thoughts in sessions, in the previous session. I mean, if I may, I will just very briefly recall some of the conclusions, I would say, or thoughts that have been brought forward about the importance of a more gender-responsive recovery measures, as underlined by Valeria Esquivel, about the need of more public investment in the care economy, as underlined by Emanuela Posan. The fact that job retention schemes have been important, and I think that this is something which has been pretty novel in Europe, for sure. It's been pretty novel, and this is the difference that in Europe we have reacted differently to the 2020 crisis as compared to the 2008. So there's been a massive investment in these job retention schemes, and I think that Jan Islam spoke about it, about the importance of that they have had. And then all the discussions about the real effects of the transition towards a more green economy, with the question mark raised by Dorothea Schmidt, or the good news, I would say, if I can put it in this manner, by Mustafa Kamal. Of course, I'm not mentioning everyone in this very short wrap up, but I think that it's important that we keep discussing about this topic. And then I guess I would mention last Enrique Fernandez Macia, when he said that policies do matter. And I think that this is very important. I mean, of course, challenges are there. Of course, it is difficult to face those challenges, but we should not drop our arms and think that everything is already written. I mean, what we do when we design the right policies will have an impact, no doubt, in the way and in the success that we will have in addressing these challenges. So if I come back to this project of the future of work, and I think that we have heard from you already, but we heard in the previous session as well, that this project will continue for another year, and therefore, excuse me, we are open to new suggestions, either on specific topics or aspects that could be investigated further. So I guess that you will do the final call, Shangon Lee, but please get in touch with ILO, with ourselves, any of the persons who are listening to this symposium, about suggestions for new aspects of the future of work, and of course as well new countries which would like to join. I mean, for the time being, we have a number of countries. I will not repeat them because you all know them, but if anybody else, any other country has an interest in participating, we will, jointly with ILO, we will be looking at it with lots of interest. So I think that that this project, as I said, is one of the concrete contributions that we from the EU are making in terms of helping the world manage the future of work. We take that as a learning opportunity for ourselves as well, of course. I mean, it's not that we think that we have all the solutions and that we can just hand them out. We think that it's very important for us to listen to what other countries have been going through in order to learn from that. And then also because no country will get out of this crisis on its own. Yeah? So it will be very important to continue this international global cooperation, and even more, I would say, if this can be done in this tripartite format, which in our view it's fundamental for the success of the policy. So again, thanks for organizing this, Shangon. A real pleasure to work with you and with ILO. And I have to say that I have, if I can put it in this manner, I'm proud of being part of the project as European Union. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Georgie. As usual, you're very generous and polite and kind. Thank you. I think you made a very important point. Actually, the policy really matters, and also how to design the policies and how to implement them is also very matters. So in that process, the research is also policy-oriented research is very important. It's providing evidence, providing relevant data is a very good part of it. And this project we are working with the European Commission is exactly about this. And also, I'm very much actually grateful for your invitations to think about this, some possible new project as a follow-up or building on this symposium. And also, I like your also the last point. I mean, we cannot actually move out of this crisis alone. I mean, we have to see how we can work together, and especially because the situation is so different between high-income countries or the advanced country on the one hand and developed country on the other. So this is a very nice segue to invite the Siavonga from South Africa to share your perspective from South Africa or more broadly in African countries. So over to you.
Thank you, Senor. It's a good time to meet you after so many years. we were not separated by COVID, but it's been time that was a problem. But nonetheless, as the Republic of South Africa would like to extend our gratitude to the ILO for organizing this symposium. We also appreciate the fact that you've even considered us to be part of this closing leg of the symposium. Of course, the choice of South Africa is quite interesting because we are one of those countries that are quite troubled in terms of high unemployment. Also, the issues of just transition are just being pronounced quite sharply in South Africa. So if you discuss South Africa, you are basically discussing the microcosm of the world, so to speak. South Africa definitely aligns itself with the global call for action that was adopted by the ILO social partners in June, which is quite key in helping the countries to recover from the devastation that was caused by COVID, but also dealing with some of the issues that we already knew when we were discussing the declaration at the time. Unfortunately, the declaration sort of, not the declaration, but the pandemic sort of accelerated whatever that we thought we were planning. Perhaps when everyone was seated in that room, thought that the crisis was going to come, let's say, in 5 or 10 years or whatever time, but it came immediately thereafter. So that is quite telling, which says a lot about the ILO itself, that it's trying to have a foresight of what needs to be done. But as an anecdote, it's important to note that South Africa has been key to this process of finding the solutions that are geared towards the next 100 years of the ILO. Many of you might recall that President Ramaphosa was part of this process, co-chairing the Global Commission on the Future of Work together with his counterpart from Sweden. Of course, South Africa has not just been participating at a global scale. We have been hard at work with the assistance of the ILO office in Pretoria, of which we are grateful, in trying to craft important policy directions. And I agree with the colleague from the European Union that policy is everything. So South Africa is in the early stages of developing its future of work paradigm or policy. Of course, considering all the issues that are known, from the environment and climate change, demographics, globalization, and COVID. For many of you, I said in a jest in the beginning that South Africa sits in a very precarious position with the unemployment, which is exceedingly high, which is a matter that probably requires a bit of deeper thinking rather than the conventional methods. Well, that's a topic for another day, but it's interesting that when discussions such as just transition come up, South Africa is right inside the topic at the global level. And the view, well, this is the view that there are two views to this in South Africa when it comes to just transition, is that you cannot turn a large vessel and expect it to make a 180 degrees U-turn right in the middle of the Panama Canal. You need to move slowly and go and turn in order to be able to get your things right. I think the signing of the agreement that came out of Glasgow last week came as a bit of a surprise not because it's a bad agreement, but because the partners that signed with us decided to pull out in the broader agreement. So which makes it slightly complicated for us, that whether we are expected to just mine the coal and export it, because coal, after all, is not only for energy, but it also contributes to other uses, including steel production. But this is a topic that is ongoing in South Africa that we will need to handle with a bit of care, because we are suffering constant blackouts and so on, of which we hope that we can find a solution to in no time. But on the side of the ILO, it's quite impressive that the ILO participated in the process at the UNFCCC at COP26, but also what we would like to urge the ILO to be much more forward on the issues of macroeconomic policy at a global scale, because you will know that the ministerial at WTO is coming up next month. Hopefully that in one time in the future, there will be a consideration for the social issues in the agenda of the ILO. And because some of the issues that we as developing countries are facing, they come from some of the structural issues that cannot be sorted in a simplest way, to put it mildly, but also they cannot be ascribed to COVID alone. These are the matters that require a broader discussion for our economies to at least move a step forward and move up the global value chains. There are certain things that really need to happen. Otherwise, we cannot eliminate decent work deficits. We cannot eliminate the informalized economies as they exist in Africa, Latin America, and other places. So we appreciate that the ILO at least is entrenching itself as a global leader in terms of providing these insights and sharing them with other organizations. But in terms of the symposium, we feel that it was quite a great event that was well organized, and with the speakers. I also noted that there were also my countrymen also speaking, and this is quite an important initiative to at least imagine how we are going to develop the jobs of the future. I think now it's not a matter of just discussing, it's a matter of doing. So I think getting our hands dirty using platforms like this is quite important. So even on the side of South Africa, we are imagining a new, an employment policy that we hope to conclude probably by next year with the assistance of our colleagues in the country office of the ILO. And the global call for action is quite a significant step to guide us, all of us, to do all of this. Maybe if I have to conclude, with all being said, it's important still for governments to ensure that they protect and support workers and individuals who face these transitions that we envisage, especially in the labor market front, through very specific and targeted labor market instruments, such as that cover social protection. We're also looking at active labor market policies, skilling and reskilling, hiring policies, and so on. And this is definitely where the ILO comes in handy. We also think that the organization is important in that it should not abandon its role in assisting and guiding national dialogues around recovery plans and providing its constituents with data and technologies to assess the impact of policies on the labor market. Of course, as I said earlier on, this is the point that our colleague from the European Union made, that we definitely need to craft real policies that talk to the needs of the people. And time for talking is running out while the people are continuing to suffer the effects and the hardship out there. Definitely the experience of the ILO and its tripartite process is key, because we make sure that we conduct almost everybody. Of course, not everybody will be covered, but at least there's an attempt to speak to everybody that has got a stake in this. We cannot afford to have one dimension when we discuss economic policies, only economists that are there. When we discuss the law, it's only the lawyers that are there. Everybody should be in the room and we find solutions together. And we hope that this project that is in your capable hands, Mr. Sanyon and your team, is going to take us to another level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Siabunga. I think it's very interesting, both actually Jordi and you highlighted the importance of the call to action, but at the same time, both of you remind us the importance of centenary declaration. For example, all the problems South Africa is facing, it's not just about the COVID-19, but there are multi-layered structural problems we have to tackle. So in that context, you highlight the importance of the role of the ILO on the macro issues and other related issues. Also, I really appreciate your point about this multidisciplinary approach, just not economists and other disciplines that can come together to discuss this issue together. That's a really important point. We, as the ILO, we need to take actually careful note of. And now actually, let me invite now the social partners, first from the employer's representative who is now in Korea. It must be very late actually in Korea. I don't know, it must be very early in the morning. So thank you so much, Seong-yeon, for joining us. As such, I think it's very late already. So the floor is to you, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Yes, it is very late evening in Korea. I want to say good morning and good afternoon and good day to all who are participating in this symposium from all around the world. On behalf of the employer group, I would like to thank the ILO Employment Policy Department and Mr. Sang-won Lee for hosting this timely and meaningful symposium. I also thank the spokesperson of workers group and the government and all panelists for their contribution to this meeting. It has been almost 5 months we adopted the ILO resolution, Global Call to Action for Human-Centered Recovery for the COVID-19 crisis. It's inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. It is an important commitment for us to recover from the crisis and build back better. When the Global Call to Action was adopted, our group was pleased to be able to achieve an outcome which is agreed by Tripartite constituents with a shared goal of getting out of pandemic crisis as safely and fast as possible. It highlights the importance of business continuity, enabling environment for innovation, sustainable enterprise, including for micro and SMEs, and conducive environment for entrepreneurship, boosting productivity, promoting skill development, and mainstreaming strategies to address informality. Our employers group stressed that the global call to action needed to be implemented at the national level. Therefore, we support the ILO intention to invite all the governments to host national tripartite dialogue in this regard. For now, many economic indicators like GDP growth and global trade volume show a sign of economic recovery. Amid rising vaccination level, the world is about to switch living with COVID-19 strategies. However, such recovery seems uneven and uncertain for us. This was rightly highlighted in the latest ILO Monitor 8th edition. The pandemic and the measures to contain it has deeply impacted all aspects of world of work. Under these circumstances, the Global to Action, together with the 2019 Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work, became more than important than ever and shall act as our guidance for in the era of transition caused by pandemic. The Global Call to Action recognized the important role of private sector and business for job-rich recovery and better future of work. And it is crucial to strengthen the capacity of employers and workers' organizations so they can effectively engage in national recovery strategies and support their members in the recovery. Colleagues, we must make sure that the global call to action needs to be implemented in practice. Otherwise, it will become just a document. In concrete terms, it means that the resources needed to be prioritized, partnership needed to be strengthened, and implementing agencies needed to be mobilized in coordination with employers and workers' organizations. We know that this is not easy, and this is why social dialogue is the most important now. Like the Centenary Declaration, the global call to action gives a clear understanding of what needed to be done. It is a guidance on what the ILO needed to do to support its constituent for a focused and accelerated implementation of the Centenary Declaration. It is a guidance on how the ILO can be empowered within the multilateral system to move forward. It means that the ILO has a clear mandate to engage and work with the social partners. For efficient and successful implementation of a global call to action, our social partners are open to dialogue and willing to understand each other's perspective and position. In this process, the ILO office has a key role to provide technical guidance and fact-based advice in effort to have the three constituents reach a consensus. To develop and implement the action, Tripartite National Dialogue and Decent Work Country Program, TWCP, should be the central mechanism. The actual work is done at the country level through TWCPs and constituents. There is where the focus and support should be reinforced. Also, ILO should establish formal and systematic and constructive collaboration with IMF and other multilateral agencies. Furthermore, we need to strongly link this work with reducing informality. Informality is the main barrier to financing sustainable social protection system in many countries. On behalf of our group, I hope to see the better 2022 in our respect, and I believe that the global call for action would be the basis for such recovery. Thank you. Back to Chair.
Thank you so much. Actually, you highlighted really the importance of implementing the call to action, especially at the national level. In that context, you highlight the importance of social dialogue and also the decent country program as a key vehicles, and also importance of the working with the multilateral system. I think these all points are really important. I think many people in this room can easily agree with them. And now actually let me turn to our workers representative who is now in Namibia. Michael, are you online? Michael, over to you. Michael, I know Namibia is far away, but Michael, do you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, great. Okay, you're back.
Oh,
so,
okay,
Mike, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. And let me first of all extend our appreciation to our friends and the colleagues at ACTRAF for always not leaving us behind when things of this nature that are very important are happening. We are grateful to them for always keeping us in the loop about these very important activities. Let me also appreciate this symposium on research on policies for job recovery and better future of work that could be brought out, that brought out new ideas and perspectives on how workers together with employers can navigate this complex moment. The papers presented on various topics that ranged from macroeconomic frameworks, structural transformations, sectoral policies, and jobs to transition for workers, inclusive of labor markets data gaps, were eye-opening for us as workers and important players in the tripartite. Now, the above insights have not only enhanced our understanding as workers of what is going on, but has also empowered us to be able to participate in the conversation that pertains to the global call for action. The papers gave us hope in terms of what can be done and in terms of what and how losses can be recovered as we move forward. It also really brings out the sense of solidarity from all stakeholders that are operating in the world of work. In light of this concluding theme of the day, namely strengthening the ILO commitment to the global call for action, we have this to say. As proposed by the conference committee that dealt with the response on COVID-19 during the General Conference of the ILO, there is indeed an urgent need for action in order to ensure human-centered recovery from COVID-19 crisis that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. It can not be doubted that the COVID-19 pandemic illuminated complex vulnerabilities of various critical spheres in the world of work. These vulnerabilities are observed in spaces of macroeconomics frameworks, inclusive of sectoral policies and traditional jobs, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and many other poor countries in the world. Women has also suffered disproportionate loss of jobs and incomes. My friends who spoke earlier mentioned the informal economy activities that were affected during the COVID moment. In the instances where I'm speaking from, the informal economic activities were relegated because of the regulations that were put in place in order to deal or combat COVID-19. So as a result, the economic activities were rather in favor of established retail operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also observed during the pandemic moment, at the stage when the vaccine was being rolled out, that some countries could not access them. And to us, this is a very critical matter. Thus, various leaders from sub-Saharan countries complained that there was some sort of vaccine apartheid or separate treatment when it comes to its access. In light of the above, we call on tripartite partners to appreciate the awareness created by the ILO and domesticate it in their respective countries in order to contribute to decent work and its 4 pillars, namely promoting jobs and enterprise, guaranteeing rights at work, extending social protection, and promoting social dialogue. Sustainability of enterprises along the supply chain, including small, micro, and medium-sized enterprises. Most importantly, protection of human and then that will enable workers The tripartite should commit to protection of workers, explore opportunities for universal social protection, enhanced social dialogue, and be up to date with emerging research data so they are informed about world trends. Finally, Chairperson, workers urges employers and government to observe the ILO international standards of OSH, especially now that we need to be able to adjust our norms and standards at the place of work so that we protect the workers and those that create investment for work. I thank you for that, and I hope I was well within my allocated time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. I think you highlight the very important point about the vulnerable groups of workers and also the issue of the vaccination, which is important in our view. I think we hope actually there will be some much better progress actually in terms of the rollout of the vaccination. We believe that is an important factor in determining overall speed and quality of the recovery, especially in developing countries. So that's a really good point. I'm afraid we are almost at the end of the session. I am looking at our panelists. If you have any burning kind of contribution or the questions or any important contribution you want to make, I would be happy to give you 1 minute. If not, actually, I probably conclude this actually sessions. Jody, and okay, Jonghyun is okay. It's okay. So the mic is okay. You're very cooperative. Thank you so much for your team spirit. Okay, so let me just conclude. I mean, I just want to thank everybody who actually contributes this actually very, very important symposium. And so I'm just like what Jody said, I'm very proud to be part of the symposium. My special thanks to go to our workers and employers group actually for nominating participants, all the excellent panelists who you have seen. And I mean, thanks to our support from our constituents, we can make this typical research types of event into something more significant, I must say, tripartite event. I also want to thank the institutions and universities and international partners and all presenters and moderators. And also I want to thank our Deputy Director General for Policy, Martin Newton, for being with us at the opening. And also my sincere thanks to our preparation team who has been working on the symposium day or night, and also technical support team. But there are so many, but I want to thank once again to Aurelio for your contributions to symposium, not just this one, the older symposium you have been working on. As I said, this is your last symposium, but I think we all remember your strong contribution when we meet again at the next symposium. And also Guillaume, it's well done. Thank you so much. And also our mastermind, actually, Dorothea, thank you so much for your contribution and work. And also, as our wonderful interpreters, thank you so much for your excellent interpretation. It has been so smooth, and thanks to that, actually, we had a really wonderful discussion. I think when we meet again on this symposium, so fifth symposium, we hope the world will be in a much better shape. We sincerely hope that, and I also hope our work on the policy work, including this actually discussion at this symposium, will have contributes to making the world work better. That is our hope. And okay, sorry, because I'm so used to looking at our colleagues in the room. And as I said, I mean, we really hope all the discussions we have today and also all the work on the policies will make contribution to the world work is a bit of a better place. That's the modest hope we have. And the last announcement is actually it's a bit of unfair to all participants who have connected virtually. Actually, we are going to organize the coffee party at the ILO. But I invite all the people in this building come to the coffee party. Those colleagues who are actually connected virtually, you can always claim for your credit whenever we meet. So that's my commitment. So just don't forget and don't shy. Whenever we see each other, just ask for coffee. I'll be happy to provide coffee and croissant as well. So once again, thank you so much for being with us. And Jordan, thank you very much for joining us for coffee. And okay, this is it. And thanks again. Stay safe and take care. And goodbye. Thank you.